Coroners, please all stand. Court now sitting.
Good morning. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Good morning.
Mr. Bloom, you remember I asked you some questions yesterday about your arrival in Australia in 1969?
Yes.
And that you wrote "never married" on your incoming passenger card on the 24th of May 1969 when you'd been married 2 weeks before?
Yes. Yes.
And 2 days later on your application for residency you wrote that you'd never had a serious illness or injury, correct?
Yeah, I answered that already. Yeah.
And you agreed that that was a dishonest answer, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Do you agree with me then that essentially the very first thing you did upon setting foot in Australia for the first time was dishonest?
Yes.
We went through yesterday when your mother, stepfather and brother passed away, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand your evidence was that your birth mother died in 1989, is that right?
90.
1990. Did you go to, and did she die in Belgium?
Yes.
Did you go to Belgium for the funeral, Mr. Bloom?
No.
Was there any particular reason for that?
Because it was too late. I couldn't. When I was informed that she died, it was 2 days. So the funeral happens on the third day, and I couldn't possibly make it.
And when we finished yesterday, you had just begun to talk about the director from Japan Airlines who you say you became friendly with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell, been asked this before, but can you remember what his name was?
No, sir. It was a Japanese name.
And you said that previously that you met him after you got bashed in Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam.
That's right.
I take it you've only been bashed once in Amsterdam Airport?
Yes, sir.
And can you say when it was that you got bashed in Amsterdam Airport and met this director?
I don't know on which, but probably on the first, maybe on the second trip I took with Japan Airlines. I can't remember exactly.
And what makes you say that?
Because I flew with Japan Airlines.
And you say that meeting him is the reason that you flew with Japan Airlines, is that right?
Sorry?
Meeting him is the reason you flew with Japan Airlines?
No, meeting him is because I came out of hospital and I had to change my flight. I mean my return flight.
Well, meeting him was the reason you flew with Japan Airlines a number of times in the 1990s.
That's right.
Is that right? Now, Janet Oldenburg told police that you said to her in December 1999 that you had been bashed in Amsterdam Airport in December 1999. Is that correct? Or do you say she was mistaken about that?
Who are we talking of?
Janet Oldenburg.
Oh, I mentioned, I never said the date, I mentioned that when we were in Amsterdam, I mentioned to her that what the incident would happen at the airport, but I never mentioned when.
Well, she gave a statement to police on the 13th of January 2000,
Yes.
where she alleged that you tried to defraud her. And that was about 2 weeks after, she says, she came back from Europe. And that the reason she came back from Europe in December 1999 is because you told her that you had been bashed in Amsterdam airport in December 1999.
No.
So, is it your evidence that she's wrong about that?
No, I can't even be sure myself.
Well, if you can't be sure, do you accept that her recollection 2 weeks later in January 2000 is likely to be more accurate than your recollection 22 years later now?
No, sir, because it was, as I said before, it was on my first or second trip with Japan Airlines. And I just told her, we were at the airport, and I told her what the incident would happen, but I didn't tell her any date or anything like that. No.
So she made all that up, is that what you said?
She didn't make it up that I told her that I was bashed at the airport. Anyway, you can also check with the hospital report. I mean, I was in hospital.
But you accept, don't you, that if Janet Oldenburg is right about when you told her you were bashed...
I don't accept that she's
Just let me finish the question. If you accept that Janet Oldenburg is right about when you were bashed in Amsterdam airport, and if when you were bashed in Amsterdam airport is when you met the Japan Airlines director, that didn't happen before 1999. Do you agree?
It did happen before 99.
But if the two propositions I just put to you are correct, do you accept that the meeting with the director of Japan Airlines didn't happen before 1999?
It did happen before 99.
Now, yesterday I asked you some questions about the fact that you changed your name to Frederick David de Hedevari
Yes.
on the 23rd of September 1994,
Yes.
but you continued to use a passport in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury until 1999. Do you remember we discussed that?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood your evidence to be that you said it was impossible
Yes.
for your name to be one thing and
Yes.
your passport to
Yes.
be in another name. Could the witness be shown volume 10, part 2, please? Page 3092. Have you got there a document with Transport for New South Wales on it?
Yes.
And this is a, you can see at the top it's called a custom and name history.
Yes.
And it's got a number of names that you've used, yes?
Yes.
And if you go 5 names down,
Yes.
do you see Frederick David de Hedevari?
Yes.
And then if you go across to the next column, you see previous real. And then the next column, date from 23 September 1994, which is the date I've been putting to you.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And you see date 2, 24 August 2015. Do you see that?
24/8/15.
You see that?
24/8/15. Yes.
Yep. Now below that,
Yes.
you've got the name Richard
Yes.
as a previous preferred name
Yes.
from the 20th of October 1999.
Yes.
And it is correct that you changed your name by deed poll to Richard on that date. So do you see there that between the 23rd of September 1994 and the 20th of October 1999, your name, as recorded with Transport for New South Wales for your driver's licence,
Yes.
was Frederick David de Hedevari?
Yes. And And so would be my passport.
Oh, let's have a look at that. Now, you remember yesterday that I took you to that police table that summarises the passports you've had,
Yes.
and that there's no passport in the name Frederick David de Hedivari between your passport in the name Richard Westbury that you got in 1992 and your passport in the name Rich Richard that you got in 99. That was right.
Yes.
And if you have volume 10 still there, if you go to page 3029, which hopefully is in the same part,
202.
3029,
30. Yes.
you got 3029,
Yes.
and does it have at the top Australian adult passport application? And if you just go over the page to 3030,
Yes.
you'll see down the bottom, it's been signed by the,
30.
just over one page. It's been signed by the interviewer on the 27th of October 1999.
Yes.
And if you go back to page 3029,
Yes.
this is your application
Yes.
for your passport in the name Rich Richard, which you can see in section 4 towards the bottom of the page.
Yes. Yes.
That's your writing, I take it?
Sorry.
That's your writing, I take it?
Yes.
And you see in section 1 of that document details of your previous Australian passport.
Yes.
And you see that the name on your previous passport, as at the time you applied for your Rich Richard passport in 1999,
Yes.
was Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes.
Do you now accept that between 1994, when you changed your name to Frederick David de Hedivari, and 1999, when you changed your name to Rich Richard, on each occasion that you went overseas, you used a passport in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury, which was a false passport?
No. I mean, in the list of passports, you surely can find the passport number is there. I never had a false passport.
Well, I've taken you to the table, Mr. Blum, and it doesn't show a passport in that name.
Yes, I understand that, but
And I've taken you to this document, which you filled out, saying that your previous passport was the one in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury that you got in 1992.
yes.
Now, just before we finished yesterday, we were discussing your first trip overseas with Japan Airlines in 1993.
Yes.
And you remember that you wrote on your outgoing passenger card that you were intending to stay in Belgium for 4 months,
Yes.
and you left on that trip on the 12th of May 1993. As it happens, you returned on the 9th of June 1993,
Yes.
and you said that you'd been primarily in Belgium and that you'd been there for 28 days. Can you tell Her Honour who you visited or what you did on that trip?
Sorry?
Can you tell Her Honour who you visited or what you did on that trip?
Oh, I went to see my family, that's all. I can't recall anything else.
So you visited your family for a month from May to June 1993 in Belgium. Is that right?
Possibly.
Your next trip was from Brisbane on the 1st of September 1993, and on your outgoing passenger card for that trip, you said that you were a resident departing temporarily and you plan to spend 3 months in Belgium.
Yes.
Where were you intending to spend, well, who were you intending to visit for 3 months in Belgium in September 1993, having returned from visiting your family for a month in June 1993?
Every time I went to see my family. Every time, every single time. But I possibly went to other places. I mean, I can't remember.
And you returned from that trip on the 31st of October 1993, and you said you'd been primarily in Belgium and that you spent 2 months there.
Yep.
I take it you can't tell Her Honour a name of any person that you visited on that trip in 1993, in September and October?
I saw some of my family, but that's all I can say. I can't exactly tell who. I can't remember.
Can you say the names of any of the people it might have been?
Some of my cousins.
And what are their names?
I'm not going to give a name that I can't remember. That are, the families, as I told you before, it was a large family, and I can't remember.
So you can't remember the name of any of these cousins who you visited multiple times in Europe in the 1990s?
Well, various, yeah. I saw most probably I saw my hands, two of my aunts. One is the daughter of my aunt, my cousin. Her name doesn't come back. And also, I saw my aunt Lucy, for sure, on occasion. That's how I can't remember.
And if you flew on Japan Airlines on this trip in 1993, do you agree you probably stayed at the Hotel Nikko Narita?
Sorry?
Do you agree that if you flew Japan Airlines on this trip in 1993, which you did, that you probably stayed in the Hotel Nikko Narita?
Yes, every time I flew Japan Airlines.
Every time?
It was part of the
airfare.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, your next trip was on the 30th of March 1994, again on Japan Airlines,
Yes.
and you returned on the 3rd of April 1994. You said that you had spent, so that's about 4 days. You said you had spent most of your time in Holland.
Yes.
Do you remember who you visited or what you did on that trip?
Between the 2 dates, if you can repeat the 2 dates.
30 March 1994 and 3 April 1994.
And 3.
3 April 1994.
So between March and April.
Yes,
Well, that's,
4-day trip.
yeah, that's the one I went to hospital and when I was released of the hospital, I went to the airport and flew back. Yes.
Your next trip was on the 27th of July 1994, again on Japan Airlines.
Yes.
And you said on that outgoing passenger card that you intended to spend 3 months in Belgium.
Yes.
And you returned on the 26th of September 1994. So you spent and you said that you'd spent most of your time in Belgium.
Yes.
So that was about 2 months in Belgium. Are you able to say who you visited or what you did on that trip?
No, sir. As I said, I visited my family. Yes. What I had.
Your next trip was on the 23rd of February 1995, again with Japan Airlines,
Yes.
and you returned on the 8th of March 1995, so that's about 2 weeks later. You said, again, you'd spent most of your time abroad in Belgium.
Yes.
Are you able to say who you visited or what you did on that trip?
What year was it?
Between the 23rd of February 1995 and the 8th of March 1995.
No, only, only went to see her. I actually stayed, I don't know if on one of the trips, I can't remember. I stayed for 3 or 4 weeks with my Aunt Lucy. I remember that. But I couldn't tell you on which trip. And that's all I can remember.
And what did you do for 4 weweeks with Aunt Lucy, is it?
Just stay with her. I went around. Also went to see her. Also went to see my Aunt Marion. That I remember. I stayed with her as well.
You then left, having returned to the country on the 8th of March 1995, you left the country again on the 19th of April 1995, which is about 5 weeks later. And on that trip, you were, according to your passenger cards, in Belgium for a week.
Yeah.
Is it your evidence that you visited your family for a week in Belgium 5 weeks after just spending 2 weeks with them?
Yes.
And you left again on the 20th of October 1995. And according to your passenger cards, you spent 12 days in Belgium, returning on the 31st of October 1995.
Yes.
So is it your evidence that you visited your family in Belgium for a third time in 1995?
Yes.
Now, you gave evidence on Wednesday that your trip in June 1997, you recall, amongst other things, you visited Jean-Pierre Coppenole.
Yes.
Your friend Alphonse Caprillion, you went to Montpellier, you viewed horses.
Yes.
Is that really what you did on that trip, Mr. Bull?
Yes.
That story, which you remember so vividly and clearly, in contrast to all the other trips I've just taken you through, is that story cover for what you really did on that trip?
That story?
Cover for what you really did
Yes.
on that trip?
Yes. Yes. I said I also, because I thought of it, I also went to in Grasse. I went in Grasse and went to visit the Flaubert Museum. And I also went to, because in France, although all the perfume says Paris, all the French perfumes are made in Grasse. And there's a whole, acres upon acres of rose flowers that they cultivate there and around the town. And I went to see the Flaubert Museum. And I probably went to, because generally speaking, the coin shows are on the weekend. I probably went to couple or three coin shows. That's all.
So that is more vivid detail that you remember of the trip in the middle of 1997, isn't it?
That's right.
In contrast to your inability to remember what you did on any of the other trips in the 1990s. Do you agree?
I agree, because it was one of the last trips I went to.
Now, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. I put to you a few questions before.
Yes?
That the reason you remember the detail of the trip in 1997 so vividly is because it's cover for what you really did on that trip. I think you initially answered that question, yes. I assume your answer was no. You meant to say no.
Because I had what I just said. Or
When I asked you the reason you remember the detail of your trip in 1997 so vividly is because it's cover for what you were really doing on that trip, your initial answer was yes.
yes?
I assume what you meant to say was no.
No, that's what it was. My initial purpose was to go to Camargue.
I'll put it a different way, Mr. Bloom. Do you remember what you did on the trip in 1997 so vividly? Because it is a story you have concocted to disguise the fact that you went to the United Kingdom with Marion Barter.
I never went to England with Marion Barter.
So is the answer to my question no?
No.
Thank you.
Never got there. Gee.
And Mr. Castleton's taken you through this before, but after that trip in 1997, you never flew on Japan Airlines again,
That's
correct?
right, that's correct.
Are you able to tell us why that was the case?
Because I probably found a cheaper fare somewhere else. I don't know.
A cheaper fare than the airline,
Yes?
which had a director you were friends with who gave you discounted fares every
That's
time.
right. Yeah, I probably found a cheaper fare. I mean, I can't, I don't recall, I can't remember.
Now, you went on at least 10 trips in the 1990s. Can I ask you, where did you book those trips?
Oh,
Where did you book them?
at travel agents.
And who is the travel agent?
Oh, in travel agent. I went in I remember going to a travel agent in book a trip, travel agent in Ballina, for sure. And another one that I can remember in some in Sydney. Like
Was the one in Sydney called Anywhere Travel?
Anywhere
Travel.
Could be, I don't know.
Does that ring a bell?
No.
Could be.
Could be.
And just for completeness, we know that your next trip was in 1998, leaving on the 15th of July and returning on the 5th of September.
Yeah.
And your final trip in the 90s was your trip with Janet Oldenburg,
Yes.
now under the name Rich Richard, departing on the 2nd of December 1999 and returning on the 18th of December 1999.
Yes.
Now, you told her on the last time that during the 1990s you didn't have much money and that you never had a big amount of money in the bank. Is that right?
Big enough money to?
Your words were, I never had a big amount of money in the bank.
That's right.
Money was tight throughout the 1990s, is that right?
Yes.
So tell me, how did you finance your at least 10 trips overseas in the 1990s?
Because I always saved my pension from overseas. I still do it.
That's a pension you receive into your bank account?
Pension overseas goes into my bank account.
From the Belgian government?
From the Belgian government, yes.
And you also have a pension from the Australian government, is that right?
Yes.
Now, last time in February, you gave evidence that you would visit an accountant called Armand.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
And you would
That's where I went every time.
cash in coupons, as I understood it.
Yeah, that's where I went every time to get some money. Yeah.
Well, when I asked you before on every trip, who did you visit, where did you go, you didn't mention Armand, did you?
No, I didn't, but that's what, yeah. I can't remember any details, but I didn't, only went to see him for almost half an hour for that purpose, and was it. I was visiting him here.
Does he really exist, Mr. Blum?
Sorry?
Does he really exist?
Oh, he's dead now.
You say that's who you visited every time back then, in the 90s?
About, yes. I can't remember if I did visit him every single time, but I think so.
And I understood your evidence in February was that each time you visited him, you got about 20,000 Belgian francs.
Thereabouts. Sometimes I got more, and I declared that on my arrival. When I got more, I'd always declared at the airport, always.
And you also told her on the last time that in those days, Belgian francs converted about 45 Belgian francs to $1 Australian dollar. Does that sound right?
No, to euro, not to Australian dollar. It was 45 to 1 to euro.
How many Belgian francs was it to $1 Australian dollar?
It was in the, from memory, it was in the 20s.
Okay.
From memory.
So, if it's in the 20s, 20,000 Belgian francs would be approximately 1,000 Australian dollars. Do you agree?
Yeah, probably, yes.
So, is your evidence that you were collecting about 1,000 Australian dollars from the accountant Armand in Europe?
I said before, I sometimes took more, yes.
But on average?
On average. On average. I remember that I declared in Sydney once $17,000. I remember that I declared in Perth once, 17,000 euros, sorry. And I declared once in Perth 50,000 euro, I think. And that was the last bit of my inheritance. And any other time, on arrival in Sydney, I declared it. I don't know, I can't remember. I know I filled up the form saying that I did have that amount, whatever amount it was. But I don't know. I don't know if it was somehow recorded or I don't know what they do. But I know
And when you refer to declaring it, you mean you declared it to customs, do you?
I declared that at the entrance, at the customs,
Right.
yeah.
Did you ever declare it to the Australian government who were paying you your pension?
I didn't have to. It was yes. I went to Centrelink and told them that it was my pension. Yes, my inheritance. Sorry.
You declared that. You said.
Yes.
And it's correct, isn't it, that when you speak of your inheritance, as I understand it, that was the interest on a large amount of money that had been invested by your mother or on behalf of your mother?
Yeah.
Can you just explain what that was again?
Yes.
Can you just explain what that was, that investment of a large amount of money?
That was the I don't know the word in English. The final amount of my inheritance, if I can say that.
I'm just focusing on the initial investment of money that you say gave rise to the payments you received each time.
Yes.
You said last time that about 5 million francs was invested by or on behalf of your mother in Europe. What was the nature of that investment, to the best of your knowledge?
It was I think it was shares in the metallurgic industry in around, it's in Liège area. That's where the heavy was at the time. No, it's been bought by that Indian multi-millionaire fellow who owns all that. Mita, or a name of that kind, yeah.
It's the case, isn't it, that you told Mr. Castleton in February that you've been bashed or attacked in your life 3 times. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And where were they?
First time in Paris, second time in Amsterdam, and the third time on the Gold Coast.
And what happened on the Gold Coast?
Well, on the Gold Coast, I was assaulted and robbed of what I had. That's all.
Assaulted and robbed of what?
Of the money I had on me.
And how much money was that?
That was the money, the 50,000 that I was going to change. And the reason I did it is because the bank was charging so much high percentage and commission that that's why I always went to a money changer. Yeah.
The reason you didn't exchange the money was because of the bank commission, is that?
That's right.
Right.
That I didn't change at the bank because of the they charged a much higher percentage on.
So what happened to the money?
The money was stolen. I said that. I reported to the police.
You did. And I take it the accountant Armand, he wasn't a relation of yours, was he? He was just your mother's accountant, correct?
It wasn't, sorry.
He wasn't related to your mother. He was just your mother's accountant.
That's right. He was the factory accountant, yes, at the time.
Yes. When you reported your robbery, alleged robbery in 2012 to Queensland Police...
It's not alleged robbery, it was a robbery.
When you reported it to police in 2012,
Yes.
the police records from the time indicate that you said this to them. The victim was questioned as to the origin of the funds. The victim stated that in 1984, prior to her passing away, his mother placed 5 million francs into investment funds in Belgium.
Yes.
The money was invested through a relative who was an investment banker.
Yes.
The victim stated that the interest from the invested money is paid to himself as an inheritance.
Yes, but doesn't
Now, in our previous...
That doesn't mean I
just
didn't
let me
get it
finish.
from the accountant.
Just let me finish the question. In our previous discussions on this topic,
Yes.
you've never mentioned a relative who was an investment banker, have you?
I probably did, no.
So how do you reconcile that account that you gave in 2012 with the account that you've given to Her Honour about where this money came from?
The money was, yes, money was invested. The money was invested by an account, my cousin accounted, and but that doesn't mean he all right through their lives they had that relation between the banker and the accountant.
Or who was the relative that was an investment banker?
His name called Michel Copenhagen.
What was his
because
connection?
He died.
What was his connection to the accountant Armand?
Just business, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the fans of... I know that the fans, you know, they were multi shops and factories and all that. And I don't know how. I didn't know anything about the fans and that. Yeah.
Now, your wife was asked back in February by Mr. Castleton, and this is from transcript page 316. Question, to your knowledge, did any of your husband's family in Europe invest €5 million? Answer, invest. Question, invest €5 million following someone's death? Answer, no. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it your evidence that although you were receiving money as a result of 5 million francs that had been invested on behalf of your mother, that over the 46 years of marriage with your wife, you have never told her that?
I can't remember if I ever told her or not. Can't remember.
Are you surprised that she doesn't know anything about that?
I'm not surprised, no.
And is the reason that you told police in Queensland that you got the money from a relative who was an investment banker and that your wife doesn't know anything about the money that was invested?
The money I got was...
Just let me finish the question. Is the reason that those two things have been said because you didn't get the money from investments on behalf of your mother overseas, but from another source?
The money, I didn't get it from investment banker. Firstly, I got it from the old accountant at the factory. Secondly, I don't know if I did or not told my wife, I can't remember. But most probably because the money was used for the family, most probably she knew about. That she didn't remember, I can't say anything about that.
Is it another explanation you have come up with to mask or disguise the fact that you obtained money by deception?
Where from? Deception where?
In Australia? In Europe?
No. The only money I came back from Europe, it's when I got money from my family. Secondly, sometimes, but that wasn't a large amount, sometimes I would sell a few coins at a show, and that was it. That's where the only money came from.
You recall you were asked over the last 2 days about purchasing a Mitsubishi Magna
Yes,
in
I did.
1997,
Yes,
and you bought that on the 11th of August 1997,
Yes.
Is that right?
yeah. The police gave me the paper last night, so I went through last night. I remember, not problem.
So you returned to the country on the 31st of July 1997,
Yes,
and you bought that car
yes,
about 12 days later.
yes.
Do you remember why?
Sorry,
Do you remember why you bought it?
I bought it in Austinville.
That's where you bought it. Do you remember why you bought it?
Sorry,
That's where you bought it. Do you remember why you bought it?
I bought it because I couldn't have the previous car we had registered. It was a rust bucket, and I couldn't have it registered. So I sold it, and I guess the new owner didn't. I sold it for a few $100s. It was a rust bucket, and the new owner, I think, would have declared to. That's all I can think about. Would have declared to the RTA because the car couldn't be registered anywhere, or there would be a few months left on the radio when I sold it, and I don't know if they used it or not. Don't know. Can't remember.
The car that you're talking about that you couldn't register, what type of car was that?
It was the one we had most of the time. It was a station wagon, Mitsubishi. I bought it in Lismore.
The Nissan Bluebird wagon.
A Nissan Bluebird, yes.
And as I understood your evidence yesterday, I think, you agreed that you had the Nissan Bluebird wagon until sometime in 1998, correct?
That's right, yes. But no, I had the Bluebird until I bought the Mitsubishi. In the next few days, I sold the Bluebird and used the Magna because I had an inspection and I couldn't get the Mitsubishi registered.
The Mitsubishi or the Bluebird?
The Bluebird, sorry.
And did you also have a Toyota at this time?
No, sir, I had a Toyota. I bought a Toyota when my daughter first started to work. That was her car.
Well, do you remember that a document was brought up on the screen that had a table of the cars registered in your name? Well, on that table, there's a table headed Rick Blum registration type unregistered vehicle permit. And that table records that there was a Toyota Corona registered or associated with your name until the 25th of September 1998, which is more than a year after you bought the Magna.
Yes, the only Toyota. Toyota what?
Corona.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the car I bought for my daughter when she started to work with Ansett at the Ballina Airport.
So it seems that in August 1997, you had 3 cars. Is that right?
I didn't have 3 cars. I said I bought the car for my daughter. She used it every day. No, I bought the car. The engine was that car, the engine wasn't running. I bought it very cheaply, but the car was decent. And the car went to in Callingar Street in Ballina, where it's a business where they do car restoration, and they ordered a second-hand engine from Japan, and it took altogether probably more than a couple of months for the car to be able to be on the road, and that's the car. After that, the car that my daughter was driving. If you go to that, my son also had a little Mazda. That would make it, I had 4 cars in your words, but it's not true.
Did the return of Marion Barter into Australia on the 2nd of August 1997 have anything to do with your purchase of a Magna 9 days later on the 11th of August 1997?
No. Why would she have anything to do? I never saw her when she came back.
Quite sure there was no connection between those two events. No. And just so I'm clear, what do you say happened to the Magna when you sold it?
Well,
got rid of it?
I didn't sell it. I registered. It was at the end. It was registered to my son when he went to uni in Melbourne, and he had a crash on a fatal front crash, and the car was written off.
Now, did you know when Marion Barter was going to return to Australia in 1997?
No, I didn't.
So I think if I understand your evidence correctly, you knew approximately when she was going to leave.
That's right.
And when did she tell you that?
When she was going to leave. Probably on last time I saw her. I can't recall. Sorry.
When she picked up the boxes.
That's right.
From your house. Now, you gave evidence last time in February, as I understood it, that when you came back into Australia with the money from overseas that we've talked about, you would put that money into a steel cash box in your house. Is that right?
Yes. Under my bed, yes.
And you were asked some questions yesterday by Mr. Castellan about the safe custody envelope that you opened with Commonwealth Bank.
Yes.
In 1997.
Yes.
And
until I had it till 97, till 1999, I think.
And you said you put jewellery in there.
Yes.
Anything else?
Yes. The usual, the jewellery that we had with my grandfather's collection, coins, everything which was of importance, but I didn't have to call back at the bank because I think every time you call to go into, they charge you $40. I can't remember. I think fee. So I went there only over the 2 years. I went there very, very seldom.
Do you remember ever putting cash in the safety deposit envelope?
If I... No.
No?
Safety envelope. As I said to you yesterday, safety envelope, there's not much room to put lots of things.
So you didn't put cash in it?
In an envelope, no. And neither did I, actually never did I in the box, I never put cash.
Well, you said to Mr. Castleton back in February, and this is from transcript 446,
Yes.
once in the 1990s, referring to cash,
Yes.
I put it in a safe deposit envelope at the Commonwealth Bank. Always the same bank, the amount that I bought back that time.
Yeah, I know, but before you were talking of the Commonwealth Bank on the Gold Coast.
No, I wasn't.
I'm sorry.
I was speaking of the Commonwealth Bank generally.
But that's where on the Gold Coast I never put any money, and in Ballina, I don't recall.
Well, when
Or the other way around.
Well, Mr. Castleton was asking you very specifically about the safe custody envelope in 1997
Yes.
yesterday.
Yes.
And when he asked you what you put in it, you never mentioned that you put cash that you got from overseas in that envelope, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, in circumstances where you remembered all of the other items that you put in that
Yes.
envelope, why did you not remember that detail when you were asked about this yesterday?
When?
Why did you not remember that detail when you were asked about this yesterday?
Because I didn't remember. Simple as that. I've got to remember every day of my life, you know? You started from when I first came to Australia. I can't remember every day of my life, especially in the state I'm now.
Could the witness be shown Exhibit 11, which is the Commonwealth Bank documents?
Yes.
Now, you've said that you opened an envelope on the 14th of October 1997 and you were taken in this bundle to a document at page 8 which indicates that that envelope was closed or released
Yes.
on the
That's what you
27th
said,
of October,
yeah.
on the 27th of October 1997.
I can't remember. I know. Whenever I closed, it's because the bank offered me a vacant box, and they offered me a box instead of the envelope. Because I was, I had safe facility at the Ballina Bank, Commonwealth Bank, for 2 years.
Well, the reason we have these documents is because the Commonwealth Bank was asked to produce what documents they had that related to your various names.
Yes,
The next document in the sequence that we have is the document at page 6,
Yes.
which is dated in the top right-hand corner, the 27th of July 1999.
Yes.
And you can see in the box, send to, it's got Ballina,
Yes. Yes.
going to the Ballina branch,
Yes.
authority type, safe custody fee, subtype, CBA non-standard item.
Yes.
Now-
It was $45. Yes.
There's evidence from Graham Smith that a non-standard item
Yes.
was an item bigger than an envelope, potentially a box.
Yes.
This document, according to his evidence, indicates that a safe custody facility for a non-standard item was opened by you on the 27th of July 1999.
Yeah. I can't remember.
Well, in circumstances
Yes, I
where,
know. I'm not.
in circumstances where you can't really remember the detail about this, do you accept then that it's more likely you opened the safe custody envelope on the 14th of October 1997, you closed it 13 days later, as demonstrated by pages 7 and 8,
Yes.
and then the next thing that happened is you opened a safe custody facility for a non-standard item about 2 years later, or slightly less, in July 1999.
Yeah. Well, in that case, because I know that I closed the envelope when I got the box transferred. So therefore, the previous document is not. It's not right. There's something not right.
Well, if you got a box when you closed the envelope
Yes.
in 1997, why do you say there's a document indicating you applied for a box in July 1999? If you already had a box.
No, I'm not saying that. Or at the bank, I had an envelope. Yes, I was half the box. And in between, I don't know at what stage, I put my own box in the bank.
The box that you had at home,
Yes, at one stage.
when did you do that?
Okay. But I'm sure that I had a continuous safety access from 98 to end of 99, I'm sure of that.
So we've got a couple of reference points, one being October 1997 and the other being July 1999.
Yeah.
When do you say, to the best of your recollection, you put the steel cash box you had at home
Yes,
in for safe custody keeping with the Commonwealth Bank?
can't remember when. If it was after the envelope or after the other one. I can't remember that.
And did you do that because that cash box had a large amount of money in it?
No, sir. I did that because I transferred. Well, like I said the other day, I had a little Flemish painting which did didn't fit in one and fitted in the other. And that's about it.
Well, the Flemish painting doesn't explain why you would go to the trouble of depositing a cash box you had in your house, which according to you did not have very much money in it, at the Commonwealth Bank. Why did you do that?
Because I said I had the collection of coins of my grandfather. You're repeating myself. I had.
Mr. Blum, if you just focus on my question, you don't need to repeat yourself about the other detail.
Yes.
I'm just asking you about the cash box you had at home.
Yes.
And when it was that you decided you needed to put it
I can't
in the
remember,
Commonwealth
sir.
Bank.
But I did.
And you say you did that even though that box did not have a large amount of money in it.
That's right. I had nothing to do with money. I never had huge amount of money. Never. Except my last trip, when I got €50,000, the balance of my inheritance. I never in my life in Australia had large amount of money. Never.
And if you had cash, a small amount of cash, in a cash box at home...
Yes. Was probably probably...
Just let me finish the question. Why didn't you just put that money in your bank account, like any normal person would?
Because it was foreign currency. It was probably Belgian francs.
Well, you gave evidence in February that each time you got the foreign currency, you would exchange it into Australian dollars.
Yes, but sometimes, like I said, sometimes I brought more, and I didn't change it all in one lot. Sometimes, and I declared all every time I declared.
Did you not deposit it in the bank because if you had, there would be a record of additional income you were receiving that would jeopardise your two pensions?
No.
Did you not deposit it in the bank because you had obtained that money by illegal means and you did not wish to make a record of that?
No, sir.
Do you have an accountant nowadays, Mr. Blum?
Never had an accountant in Australia, except for the one that I paid for. He was an accountant that I paid for to create the company we had, and the
Is that Ballina Coin Investments?
Yeah, that's the company, but there also was the same person did the
Trust?
trust account, yes.
What was the name of that person?
I can't remember his name. I think I gave the address. I think I found the address and I gave the address. That was in River Street, but I can't remember his name.
Was his name Vernon Paul Ware?
Could be.
Could be, or yes?
No, it could be. I can't. I only saw him twice, so I saw him twice on two different occasions, and only for the purpose of what I said before.
And did you choose the name for the company Ballina Coin Investments?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that the name of the company suggests its purpose was to make investments relating to coins?
From where? agree to that. Yeah.
And is that the purpose for why you set it up?
I set it up because I wanted to set it up because I wanted to start a business, but I didn't. Like I said before, I wasn't, Besides, what I had for me was the knowledge, but what I didn't have is the finance to do it.
The what to do it?
To do any coin investment.
So you wanted to use the company for investments relating to coins?
Well, that I wanted to use the company as a coin dealer and to invest the like you do normally with an accountant, are supposed to invest the money that the benefit, and then that's why I also created the trust account that was on advice of that accountant, to have a trust account so that I could climb. That's what he said. That I could climb. Fees paid to the beneficiary of the trust account. But it never happened. Like I said before, all the documents concerning those two things returned to that accountant, and he sold it to other people, as far as I can understand.
But you did open up a shop or an office in Ballina with the company from which you traded coins, correct?
Yes, no, I didn't trade it. It was an upstairs little room where I had all my reference, my library, and where I kept coins, not a fortune, but I kept some coins that I was buying at Barry Cooper's auction, at shows, or at fairs, or at markets, or at boot sales, and also I was selling some, but never at auction at Barry Cooper. It was always, it was the most in the hundreds. I never sold coins in the thousands of dollars. Never.
Now, do you remember that you gave a statutory declaration on the 4th of January this year about Ballina coin investment?
Yes.
And you said in that statutory declaration, the business never traded in any way, shape or form.
Of course it never traded.
Why did you go to the trouble of setting up a company with the intention of investing in coin dealing, only for it to never trade and then...
Because I thought I could do it. That's all. But I didn't have the financial. That's why I cancelled it. I didn't have the financial support to do it. Never had. And I trade. Sometimes I sold coins in larger amount, but when I did, it was always on commission, and the going commission in the trade is 3%.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about your meeting with Marion Barter
Yes,
in Switzerland.
yes.
When do you say that happened?
Happens in the late 60s. That's all I can remember.
Your evidence in February was that it...
Sorry?
Your evidence in February was that it happened in 1968. Does that sound right to you?
My evidence when?
In February, last time.
Yes. I thought I said 68.
Yes, you did?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, just explain again exactly what the place was where you met her. It was a hotel, is that right?
It was an hotel. It was if I remember. I think it was a 3-story. If I can remember clearly. I think it was a 3-story. I don't think it was more than that. It was a old building, and it was an hotel in the old town of Lucerne. In the I can't explain, but in Lucerne nowadays the
Mr. Gorman, all I asked you was it a hotel?
all right, okay.
And it wasn't any sort of spa or health retreat or sanatorium? It was just a normal hotel?
No, the sanatorium I went to was in Lucerne.
Yes. So this hotel where you met Marion Barter was a normal hotel? Use that expression.
Normal hotel. And the foyer, you walked in on a few steps, and the foyer was on the ground level.
And you were just there for leisure?
I was there because, yes, I was living in another
just answer me yes or no. Were you there for leisure?
Yes, I was there. When I used to come from where I was living and going to Lucerne, I used to stay in Lucerne.
And on some occasions, in the late 1960s, when you stayed at this hotel, you would go skiing. Is that right?
No, I only went skiing when I caught the Google train from when I caught the Google train from the railway station in
If your answer is no, that's fine.
Yes, I caught the Google train to the ski station in the mountains to go to where I was living, and from there you pick up a pair of ski and what they call the tierfest, which is a thigh puller, if I translate, up to where the chalets were. Yes.
Now, if you were staying in this hotel in Lucerne in 1968
Yes.
for leisure, when you met Marion Barter,
Yes.
why did you say to police in your statement dated 9 June 2021 that when you met Marion in Lucerne, you were, quote, recovering from injuries that I sustained in a horse riding accident.
But that was horse. That's why I was in Switzerland.
You just said you were in this hotel for leisure.
Yes, but the whole reason I was in Switzerland, it was because my doctors told me that's where to go to recover from my injuries.
To go into a normal hotel, not a health facility,
No,
in the mountains to recover from your injuries.
they told me to go in the mountains in Switzerland, which is what I did. I was only in Lucerne for a couple or 3 days. I wasn't there for very long. Like I went, every time I went to Les Uns, I stayed 1 day. I went to Lausanne, I stayed 2 or 3 days. I went to various places. You know, I went to Lausanne because it wasn't for my, specifically for my health, like you put it. It was specifically because there was a place called the, anyway, at that time it was where everyone was going. There was a owner of a bar who was playing the.
You're going off track, Mr. Blum.
Mr. Smith, sorry to interrupt you. I think you've got a little bit further to go on this topic. I note the time, that's a bit slow. I think it might be a good idea to have a break now, if that's all right.
Certainly.
So we're going to take the break now,
Thank you.
and we'll resume at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
So, it's now temporary. Father's death.
Yes, Mr. Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Bloom, earlier today I put to you that Janet Oldenburg told police in her statement that you said to her in late 1999 that you'd been bashed and robbed in Amsterdam airport.
Yes, I did.
For the record, I should just indicate that Ms. Oldenburg did not specifically say in her statement that you said you had been bashed in Amsterdam airport. Her account was that you said, "I'm not very well, I'm afraid. I was robbed and bashed by about 6 guys that came at me with baseball bats. Everything's been stolen. I've got 2 broken ribs. I'm in hospital." I said, being Janet, "Where are you?" He said, "Lille." Look, I haven't got much time on my phone card. Were you ever bashed in Lille?
No, sir.
So, insofar as Janet Oldenburg is saying that you told her you were bashed somewhere in Europe in 1999, in December 1999, and ended up in Lille, is she mistaken?
No, sir. I was bashed earlier than that in Amsterdam, and I wasn't talking to her from Lille. No. That's what she said, but anyway.
We were discussing previously your evidence about the safe custody envelope at the Commonwealth Bank.
Yeah.
You recall that topic?
Yeah.
And as I understood your evidence earlier today, you said you might have put money you obtained from overseas in a safe custody envelope at the bank, but you couldn't really remember.
That's right, yeah.
I'll just read to you a passage of your evidence from February. Mr. Cassidy, this is at transcript page 447, starting line 49. It's a little bit long, but I'll just read it out. Mr. Cassidy asked you, pausing there, was your usual practice throughout the 1990s when you returned to Australia with foreign currency, namely euros, in large amounts, would you convert that in Australia or not? Answer, no, I would convert it at the Bourse in Brussels. Question, when you travel to Australia with large amounts of Australian dollars in cash? Answer, yes, yes. Question, what would you do with that large deposit of cash? Answer, as I said. Question, when you return to Australia? Answer, I said to you before, I put it in a safe deposit box at the time. Question, on only one occasion? Answer, no, at home. Question, at home? Answer, at home I used to put the money I had a steel safety box until, as I said, the last time I was, I took the money to... And then, question, do I understand your evidence correctly that when you were living at the terrace in Ballina? Answer, yes. You had some concerns? Answer, yeah. Because it was, question, safekeeping? Answer, yes. It was like a windmill there. Question, you, at that period of time whilst you were living at the terrace? Answer, yes. Question, deposited some money in a safe custody? Answer, yes. Deposit envelope? Answer, yes. Question, you're quite certain of that? Answer, yes. Question, take a moment to think about it, Mr. Bloom. Answer, yes. Question, you're quite certain of that? Answer, yes, yes. Question, is it your recollection that on this occasion you deposited a large amount of Australian dollars? Answer, yes. Question, in a safety deposit envelope? Answer, yes. Question, at the Commonwealth Bank in Ballina? Answer, yes. Question, that was done shortly after your return from overseas? Answer, oh, it would be the next day or the day after, yes. Question, you're quite certain of that? Answer, yes. Question, take a moment to think about it. Answer, no, I'm certain of that. You told Her Honour in February that you were certain that you deposited a large amount of Australian dollars in a safety deposit envelope at the Commonwealth Bank in Ballina shortly after your return from overseas.
In 99.
You didn't say when it was. The questions were about the 1990s. Why did you say that then, but today your evidence was entirely different?
Aye. It all depends what you call judgment. And look. Sorry, I can't remember. Sorry.
Were you making up your evidence on this topic in February as you went?
In February,
As you were giving this evidence, were you making it up as you went?
yes. But I repeat again, I can't remember every day of 82 years.
Well, if you can't remember the detail, you could have just said that to Her Honour rather than saying, you're quite certain of that, yes, take a moment to think about it, no, I'm certain of that. Why did you say you were certain if you were, in fact, not certain?
I can't even remember.
Now, returning to your meeting with Marion Barter in Lucerne in 1968, just before the break, I was asking you why you were at that hotel.
Why?
Why you were at the hotel, do you remember that topic?
Yes.
And I put to you what you told police in your statement,
Yes.
that you were recovering from injuries
Yes.
that you sustained in a horse riding accident.
Yes.
And then I said to you, you've just told me you were staying there for leisure.
Yes.
My question to you is, were you still injured from your horse riding accident when you were staying at the hotel in Lucerne in 1968 or not?
I was in recovery, yes.
You were still injured from the horse riding accident,
I'm still injured, yes. Now.
in the sense that you have permanent ongoing injuries.
That's right. I mean, you only got to look at my legs. I've got lymphedema that I've... Anyway.
And your evidence is that Marion Barter walked up to you in the hotel foyer?
That's right.
Is that right? And
It wasn't called an hotel, it was called a guest house. Anyway. Yeah.
and what did she say to you when she walked up to you?
She said that she didn't say specifically that she was there with her husband, but she said that she was, I would say, I don't know where, but she was with her husband who plays football with Australia, and he was on a training camp. She never said where, and then she went direct to the point of,
She came up to you, who was recovering from your horse riding accident, and after an exchange of pleasantries, she said, let's have sex. Is that effectively your evidence?
Not as plainly as that, but
that's effectively what happened.
Yeah.
You say. And you spent 2 days and 2 nights with her, is that right?
that's right.
And what did she look like at this time, Mr. Bloom?
Well, she looked like I couldn't see very well on that photo, but like when her wedding photo, she would look that youngish.
And did she? Well, you've described her in the 1990s as having long hair and appearing old-fashioned.
Yes, she had long hair, yeah.
Quite certain about that?
Yes, she had long hair, and I think she had her hair the other way on the side.
Now, you've told Her Honour previously that you've never listened to the podcast, The Lady Vanishes, correct?
That's right.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Blum, that you have in fact listened to that podcast. You've obtained information about Johnny Warren, Marion Barter's husband, in 1968, and her appearance from that podcast, and you've used it to create a story about meeting her in Lucerne in 1968.
No,
What do you say to that?
I used the information that I read in the folders when she was in Europe. I never listened to podcasts. I never do, but I might have had maybe someone in the family. I'm talking of the family in Australia. Someone might have told me a few things that I saw on the podcast, on a podcast. But that's about all.
Who told you those things?
It wasn't very relevant, but
I just asked you who told you.
yes, we were talking in a conversation I had with my sister-in-law.
Your sister-in-law.
Yes.
And what did she tell you was on the podcast?
She told me that she was having dinner with a son in a home, and it was on TV.
But in terms of the contents of the podcast
Yes,
that she conveyed to you,
yes.
what contents of the podcast did she tell you?
Can't remember, firstly, because I'm not interested at all. I never watched. Yeah, you can.
Well,
Yeah.
or when did this conversation with your sister-in-law happen?
What?
The one you've just been
When
explaining.
when I think it was when I came here the first time,
In February.
I suppose, yes.
So is there evidence that you can't remember what you discussed with your sister-in-law about the contents of the
No,
podcast from February?
It was just general things that she was talking about.
Can you give us more detail?
No, sir, I can't remember.
You can't remember what she told you from the podcast, or you don't want to?
No, I can't remember. Can't.
And when you referred earlier to...
My short memory is worse than the longest one, somehow.
And when you referred earlier to looking at the documents in the
Yes,
brief, you obviously didn't have those documents when you gave your statement to police, did you?
no,
And do I take it that what you mean by referring to the documents in the brief is that you've used them to reconstruct what you think might have happened as opposed to what you remember did happen?
to refresh my memory, certainly, yes. But I can't remember most of it.
So do you say there's a document or documents in the brief that you used to refresh your memory about the meeting with Marion Barter in Switzerland in 1968?
I read all the volumes, but I can't remember exactly what I read.
Well, just out of fairness to you, Mr. Blum, I want to suggest to you that the meeting with Marion Barter in Switzerland in 1968 never happened. What do you say to that?
Well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? I swore that it happened. And
So your answer is, I deny that, is it? Your answer is, I deny that.
Denied what?
You deny that it never happened.
I denied that it denied.
I think we might just need to make that a bit clearer.
In answer to my question that it never happened, your answer is, no, it did happen.
It did happen, yes.
Thank you. You recall being asked evidence in February and in the last 2 days about Janet Gaffney Bowen?
Yes.
And on the last occasion in February, when you were asked by Mr. Castleton how you met her, you said it was at a coin auction and fair in Sydney.
Yes.
Do I understand? And you denied that you met her by answering an ad that she placed in a newspaper.
No,
Back in February, you denied that that's how you met her, correct?
yes.
And your evidence in the last 2 days is that you now accept that you did answer an ad that she placed in the
Yes, I
newspaper.
did.
Is that right?
Yes. And I gave her, I told her that I would be at the town hall, and she came. She had a little Holden car.
But you did deny last time that you answered an advertisement she placed in the paper.
Maybe I did. I can't. Like I said before, I can't remember every day of 92 years. You know.
I'm just going to read a passage from the transcript, page 475, on the 17th of February. This is questions from Mr. Castleton. Question, her, referring to Janet Gaffney Bowen. Her clear evidence, Mr. Blum, is that she placed an advertisement. Answer, maybe she did, I don't know. Question, looking for companionship or friendship, and that you answered the advertisement. Answer, no. Question, and told her that your name was Frederick de Hedevari. Answer, no. I just say to you that I met her at the coin auction and fair.
That's true.
Question, are you quite certain about that? Answer, I am certain. I said it to you before. If you consider that my answer is not correct, I'm prepared to take a polygraph. I'm prepared to do it. I'm not going to perjure myself.
That's right.
Why did you say that after denying that you answered an advertisement from Ms. Gaffney Bowen, whereas in the last 2 days you now accept that you did answer an advertisement from Janet Gaffney Bowen?
Well, because that's what I thought was, because I probably because of what I read in the material. Look, I can't remember. I can't recall. But I know for sure that I answer ahead, which was, I can't remember, newspaper. And I told her that I would be. I think I was in Sydney. I can't say it for sure. But I told her that I would be at that. Actually, I planned to go to that fair probably a week before. So I told her about that I would be there and at what time or what day, because I went with ahead of time with the XPT.
Now, Ms. Gaffney Bowen gave evidence in her statement
Yes,
that you said to her that she should sell her house in Sydney and let you buy an apartment for her in Paris.
that's all.
And what she said was, he was trying to exploit the fact that I was missing my culture. He did his utmost to persuade me to sell my house and trust him with the proceeds to go and buy me a beautiful and spacious apartment in Paris. You say that's a lie?
That's all.
You say you never suggested to Janet Gaffney Bowen that you would buy an apartment for her in Paris?
No, sir.
Did you ever suggest to her that the two of you should start a new life together?
No, sir.
Quite certain about that.
Quite sir.
You were asked some questions back in February about Ms. Gaffney Bowen's allegation that
Yes.
you purchased a fax machine using her funds. Do you remember that topic?
No, sir. I never had a fax machine.
Did you suggest that to Ms. Gaffney Bowen because you wanted a fax machine that you could use at her house that would not be associated with you?
No. I never had a fax machine.
And your wife gave evidence in February that you said to her that you broke off your affair with Marion Barter because it was wrong because you were married. That's right?
That's exactly right. And I had 2 children, yes.
Yes. And that was in June 1997?
97, yes.
Yet, here you were on Ms. Gaffney Bowen's evidence in 1998 attempting to commence a relationship with her after answering an ad in the newspaper.
And
Well, a year after saying to Marion Barter, I'm breaking it off because it's wrong because I'm married,
yes,
why were you answering an ad from Janet Gaffney Bowen in the newspaper?
well, just because I answered the ad, I've got no specific explanation.
Well, is it because that's not actually the reason that you ended your relationship with Marion Barter?
Certainly not.
No specific explanation.
No.
That's your answer. And you've also been asked questions about Janet Oldenburg. She also gave evidence, firstly, that you said, and this is a quote from her statement, he, being you, basically wanted me to have his computer and his fax machine at my place. Do you deny that?
I never said it before. I never had a fax machine. And I never had a computer at that time. We had a computer of my son when we were living in Melbourne. But that's all about computer or fax machine.
So the answer is that you do deny that.
So
The answer to my question is you do deny that?
I deny that, yes.
Now, you gave evidence in February that the reason for your trip to Europe with Janet Oldenburg in 1999 was for her to find agents in France for belly dancing. Yes?
To
Find
yes, that's right.
agent?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's correct, isn't it, that neither of you went to France on that trip?
But I went to France. I went to France. I went to France, maybe. I don't remember. But if I did, it was after that she stayed in England.
You gave evidence last time that certainly Miss Oldenburg didn't go to France to meet with any
No.
belly dancing agents on that trip. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you also said last time that meetings were arranged with belly dancing agents on the east coast of England. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
If the purpose was for Ms. Oldenburg to make contacts with
Yes,
belly dancing agents in France,
yes.
why would you arrange the meetings on the east coast of the UK rather than going to France where the agents were?
Because the person that we saw, I mean, I only he saw her but didn't talk to her because he told me no way. But the reason why this person in his life, previous life, was one of the impresario for the dancer Nureyev. And as is this well known, Nureyev had a male partner, and the house that they were sharing was one of the sink pot.
Mr. Loma, I just asked you why, if you were...
Yeah, I know, but that's why we met there in that town.
The agent had lived in the UK, do you say?
That's right. He still had some relationship of some sort with the then or the previous partner of Nureyev. Yes.
Ms. Oldenburg also said to police that you said to her shortly before you left overseas, would you like to start life afresh with me somewhere else, like the French Riviera?
Yes, French Riviera.
Did you propose starting life afresh overseas with Ms. Oldenburg?
No, sir.
The purpose of the trip was solely to visit belly dancing agents.
That's right, sir.
It's correct, isn't it, that you've always travelled light in the sense of not taking much luggage with you?
That's right, I travelled light, yes.
Now, you gave evidence back in February that you left Ms. Oldenburg in Dover
Yes.
because you had deposited your suitcase
Yes.
in the left luggage storage facility in Amsterdam.
Yes.
Is that right? Why did you need to leave luggage in Amsterdam if you were travelling light?
Why I left them there, I don't remember. I had a light, small, silver suitcase, which I still have. And that's all I can remember.
And you suggest, Miss Oldenburg gave evidence to Her Honour that you
Yes.
suggested she should leave her luggage at the airport in Amsterdam as well. Was there some particular reason you suggested that?
The only reason I may have said that, it's because we were returning with the same airline from Amsterdam.
And there's a letter in evidence that Marion Barter wrote to her daughter Sally on Hotel Nico Narita notepaper, where she refers to having left her luggage in storage at Heathrow Airport. Now, did you go to Heathrow Airport in 1997 with Marion Barter, Mr. Blum?
I went to...
Yes or no?
No, I went to... But I can't remember. I went to Amsterdam. Yes.
My question was...
Yes, I understand.
Did you go to Heathrow Airport with Marion Barter
No, sir.
in 1997?
No.
No. Did you suggest to Marion Barter that she should store her luggage in Heathrow Airport in 1997?
Well, if I didn't go with her there, how would I have suggested that she left her luggage there? I never saw her. I never saw her again until, she came and picked up her belongings or her boxes at my place.
Now, when you returned from your trip with Ms. Oldenburg in 1999,
Yes.
having gone to the UK, correct?
To where?
The United Kingdom,
Yes.
that's where you spent the time with Ms. Oldenburg primarily?
Yes.
On your incoming passenger card, when you
Yes.
returned into Australia from that trip, you wrote that you had spent most of your time in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Are you able to say why you wrote that if you had spent most of your time in the United Kingdom?
I spent time in England, but I did spend time in the Netherlands.
And as we have already established,
Yes.
you changed your name from Richard Lloyd Westbury to Rich Richard
Yes.
in October 1999,
Yes.
a couple of months before you went overseas
Yes.
with Ms. Oldenburg,
Yes.
and she, in fact, signed your passport application verifying your identity for that name.
Yes.
Now, having returned to Australia in December 1999,
Yes.
you then changed your name back to Frederick David de Hedevari only 6 months later on the 29th of June 2000.
Coming back with Mr. Oldenburg.
After you came back from overseas with Miss Oldenburg in December of 1999,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
you don't think you changed your name back to Frederick David de Hedevari in June?
Yes, I did, but I can't. I don't think it was.
My question simply is, why did you change your name back to Frederick David de Hedevari only 8 months, 9 months after changing it to Rich Richard in October of 1999 before you went overseas with Ms. Oldenburg?
Why? I can't. For no specific reason.
And it can't have been fantasy, could it? Because Frederick David de Hedevari was a name you had had in 1976.
Yes, I know that, yes.
Did you change your name to Rich Richard and back from Rich Richard because you were intending to defraud Ms. Oldenburg
No, sir.
by returning from overseas earlier than her and using the power of attorney, the title deeds to a house and the keys to a house that you had to sell her house from under her?
I never had power of attorney. I never had the documents in my hands. She kept the documents. I never had the documents in my hands.
Did you change your name back to Frederick David de Hedevari from Rich Richard because your plan to defraud Janet Oldenburg had gone wrong because she had returned to the country earlier than you expected and you were worried about being detected?
No, sir. No, sir.
If it wasn't fantasy and if it wasn't that, I take it you have no other explanation for why you did that.
That's right. No other explanation. The thing is, if I'm right, you just said that I changed my name after I came back with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, how could I do anything with documents that you said yourself were made before?
Well, you had... That was in December 1999 that you came back. You changed your name back to Frederick David de Hedevari on the 29th of June 2000, which is 6 months later.
Yes.
So I suggest there was an ample window there for you to use those documents if you had wanted to.
All right, but I never had any documents anyway. I never.
You were taken yesterday to letters and postcards that you wrote to Monique Cornelius.
Yes.
And as I understand your evidence, although those letters suggest that you had a romantic relationship with her, you say it was all infatuation.
That's right.
Does that mean you dreamed of having a romantic relationship with her?
It's I could call it infatuation, not dream.
Well, were you longing for a romantic relationship with her?
I don't dream. I don't dream. I don't.
Well, were you longing?
Mr. Bloom's taking it literally. Mr. Smith, perhaps.
Yeah.
Judge.
So, to use another word, were you longing for a romantic relationship with her? Did you wish to have one with her?
She was, until now. I thought she was my best friend. I always did. I didn't have any it was only, like I said before, it was only a platonic affair. I never dreamed or otherwise having a relationship, a sexual relationship. I never did.
Mr. Castleton took you to a letter that you wrote to her on the 8th of August 1980.
Yes?
And in that letter you wrote, quote, "I am intimately persuaded that you will not regret your decision to leave with me and to start a new life." Do you accept or deny that that was you suggesting to a third woman that you should start a new life together with her?
Those letters are just a pack of lies. Those letters are nothing Nothing that I can remember. Nothing.
A pack of lies written by you
That's right, yes.
for the purpose of
For the,
fulfilling your infatuation with Monique
that's
Cornelius.
I agree to that, yes.
And was fulfilling your infatuation with Monique Cornelius the reason you got a Queensland driver's licence in the name Fernand Remakel, her ex-husband?
No,
It wasn't any part of taking his identity to fulfil your infatuation with her. Is that your evidence?
no, it was infatuation for that. And once again, I can't tell you today how I was thinking in 40 years ago.
You mean to say you can't tell Her Honour any reason why you adopted Fernand Remakel's identity? Is that right?
No, I just because it was because no, I can't give you a proper explanation.
You accepted on Wednesday that you reacquainted yourself with Marion Barter in February of 1997. Is that right?
In February 97. In February 97. Yes. I've got to think very carefully because I made plenty dead mistakes because of my problem. So please let me think seriously about it.
Certainly. And you've given evidence that your first rendezvous with Marion Barter in 1997 was at a railway station on the Gold Coast?
On the north side of the Gold Coast.
And when you described that interaction to police,
Yes.
in your record of interview, you said, that day, while going to see Marion, I caught the bus, the railway bus, which came,
Yeah,
I saw her 3 times.
the expected.
First time I caught the bus, the railway bus, coming from Casino. When the Sydney train arrives, there is a bus, goes to the Gold Coast with the passengers leaving on the plane.
That's right. I think it's super.
And then you said, so I caught the bus to the depot,
Yes.
to the depot in, I think it's Surfers Paradise,
Yes.
but I'm not 100% sure that depot.
Yes.
Anyway, stopped down there, and then I work out by bus to go to that railway
Yes.
station. That's what you told police.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Castleton asked you about that meeting in this room on the 18th of February, what you said was, this is transcript 578, line 35, question, in reference to when you met her, perhaps February 97, answer, I think I went in mid-97, I think, and I would have seen the ad probably a good week before I answered. And then within a few days, I got a phone call, and then she gave me a meeting point where I went by bus and train.
Yes.
So do you see that you told police in your record of interview that you went there by catching 2 buses
Yes.
But in February, you said that you got there by catching a bus and a train.
Yes.
How do you explain those inconsistencies?
I can't remember, but I am pretty sure that I end up with the bus, with the XPT bus, end up in on the Gold Coast terminal, and that's most likely. I can't recall it, but that's where it's most likely that I took a bus going north on the coastline.
So you took two buses, you say?
Yes, I can't recall, but I that's most likely what I did.
And you've given evidence previously that you met Marion in the car park
That's right.
and she embraced you.
Yes.
Now, what did you discuss with her on that meeting in the car park in 1997?
Nothing much at all. She mainly said, let's go to have a meal and she suggested and took me to a Asian restaurant.
She didn't discuss anything else with you that you can remember?
No, sir. No particular thing.
So she didn't discuss with you, do you say, the fact that the person who answered an ad in the paper that she had placed, in an astonishing coincidence, happened to be the person she had a two-night affair with in Switzerland some 30 years earlier?
Yeah,
you say that wasn't discussed?
I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Do you say it wasn't discussed?
Yeah, but maybe, but I can't tell you whatever words, what the conversation amounted to. I can't.
Well, you didn't know until you got there that the person you were going to meet was Marion Barter, did you?
Sorry?
You didn't know until you got there that the person you were going to meet was Marion Barter, did you?
That's exactly right, yes.
So you're saying that sitting here now, you cannot remember the astonishing realisation that by chance the person you were meeting in a car park, having answered their Lonely Hearts ad in a newspaper, was the same person you met 30 years before in Switzerland. You can't remember that moment.
I certainly can remember that moment. It was on the overpass of the rail.
Well, if you remember it, when I asked you what did you discuss, why didn't you say we discussed the fact that we'd met in Switzerland 30 years previously? I mean, it seems astonishing that you could not remember that.
No, I recognized her straight away, and obviously so did she, and she puts her arm around my neck. That's all.
And you just mentioned earlier that her suggestion was that you should go to an Asian restaurant, correct?
She suggested to go to a restaurant, and yes, it was an Asian restaurant, yes.
And do you remember who paid for the meal?
I remember that I did pay for the meal. maybe she did. I can't recall.
But you're quite clear that you went to an Asian restaurant.
Exactly, yes. Yes.
Well, when police asked you about this interaction in your record of interview, this is question 326, volume 8, page 2237. The police said, Wallenbach. Okay. And you said on the first occasion that you met her, you went for a meal and a drink. Answer, yep. Question, do you remember where that was? Answer, no. Question, did you pay or did she? Answer, no, I paid.
Well, that's it.
How did you not remember the detail that you
I
went?
can't remember now. I just can't.
Well, it appears, with respect, Mr. Bloom, you couldn't remember when police asked you, but then when you were asked on the last occasion in February, you had this detail that you went to an Asian restaurant.
Yes, yes, we went to an Asian restaurant, yes. But I can't tell you no, I can't tell you who paid.
Well, you said to police.
Yes, that was like you said months ago.
And you could remember then you could remember that you paid then.
Most probably, if that's what I said, but I can't possibly remember now.
Is this story about meeting Marion Barter in the railway car park in 1997 made up, Mr. Bloom?
No, sir. No, sir.
And have you ever been to the Performing Arts Centre on the Gold Coast?
No, sir.
You didn't meet...
I only parked my car once, but it's on the left-hand side going to the Gold Coast. I went there to a concert. It was in Miami. On the left-hand side, there is it's not performing arts. They don't have that. It's just like live theatre. It's on. I can't remember what it's called. And I went to another one with my wife. We went to. That's on the other highway, on the back of Southport. There is a centre with it's the history of the early settlers, and they have half a dozen cinemas there. I went there for a film with my wife.
So you've been to two artistic type venues on the Gold Coast?
Yeah.
Did you meet Marion Barter in 1997 at either of those places rather than answering an ad that she placed in the paper, as you say?
No, sir. I've never been to an art centre.
And you've already given evidence that you weren't the person in Marion's car at the McDonald's in Southport,
That's
correct?
right.
Because there's evidence in this inquest that when Marion was asked by her daughter who was the person in the car, she said, a friend I'd met at the Performing Arts Centre on the Gold Coast. I take it your evidence is you were not that person.
I thought, from what I read, I thought that that her daughter didn't see her after she came back, 97.
This is before she left, Mr. Block.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So you didn't meet Marion Barter at the art centre?
No. The only times I met Marion was 3 times in our place, and once when she came pick up the boxes.
I note the time, Your Honour. I'm almost done, but not quite. So I'll be finished shortly after lunch. If that's okay.
All right, we'll take the adjournment now and resume at 2.
Silence, whistle, stands. Please all stand. Correspondence, are we shooting?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Bloom, it's correct, isn't it, that you had a daughter named Evelina with Ilona Kinzel in January 1970?
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken to your daughter Evelina? She, as I understood your evidence, your Ilona Kinzel brought Evelina to an airport
Yes.
in February 1970,
Yes.
and you say that's the only time you've ever seen
Yes.
Evelina. I was asking you some questions earlier about...
Excuse me, Mr. Smith.
Could I just mention something, Your Honour? Before the break, I was accused of using a false passport. Now, on the immigration card that you fill up, the number of the passport goes on, and it can be verified that the actual number corresponds to the proper passport that I was using.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, just to be clear, Mr. Blum, it's not in doubt that the name Richard Lloyd Westbury was written on those outgoing passenger cards and incoming passenger cards when your passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury. The suggestion is that although your passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury, after the 23rd of September 1994, when you had changed your legal name to Frederick David de Hedevari, your passport name no longer reflected your legal name, and in that sense was a false passport.
But when you apply for a new passport, they cancel the old one.
In any event, I was asking you some questions earlier about your first meeting with Marion Barter
Yes.
in 1997,
Yes.
and I read out part of your recorded interview where you said you caught the first bus to Surfers Paradise.
Yes.
That's right. And is it right that you then got a second bus
Yes.
to a railway station north of Surfers Paradise?
That's right.
And you know, don't you, that Marion Barter lived in Southport, which is very close to Surfers Paradise?
Yes.
And you know, don't you, that Marion Barter at that time worked at the Southport School, also in Southport?
Yes.
In those circumstances, I suggest to you, Mr. Blum, it's very unlikely that Marion Barter said to meet her at a railway station north of Surfers Paradise in circumstances where she both lived in and worked in Southport, very close,
Yes.
right next to Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, I can
What did you say
answer
to
that. That's what was organised. I'm sorry.
Now, we established earlier that when you met up with Marion Barter in 1997, it was in February, yes?
Yes, I guess it was.
You gave some evidence last time, in February, that you first saw the ad that you responded to, that Marion Barter placed,
Yes.
to use your words, when the sale of her house was on?
Yes, I already told you that. I don't recall that. I already told yesterday that I can't exactly remember.
You're not sure?
Not sure.
Now, if you accept from me that evidence in the brief shows that Marion Barter first engaged a real estate agent to sell her house in Marinda Crescent in Southport on the 15th of March 1997.
I was already asked that yesterday and I answered sure.
Just let me finish. If you accept from me that evidence in the brief shows that she first engaged a real estate agent on the 15th of March 1997, she entered into a contract to sell her house on the 25th of April 1997, and the sale settled on about the 23rd of May 1997. If you first met Marion Barter in February 1997, I want to suggest to you that you suggested to her that she should sell her house.
No, sir.
I want to suggest to you that you told her
In the in the volumes of reference, it is said that she was planning to go overseas for quite some time. I can't tell you which volume where I read it, but.
And I want to suggest to you that you told her your name was Fernand Remakel. What do you say to that?
I never said I was Fernand Remakel. I just say I was Rick, and that's all I say.
And I want to suggest to you that you said to her you should quit your job and start a new life with me overseas.
That's a lie.
Now, you know, don't you, that you left Australia on the 17th of June 1997 and returned on the 31st of July 1997?
Yes.
Yes. And we know that Marion Barter left Australia on the 22nd of June 1997
Yes.
and returned on the 2nd of August 1997. I know you've already denied that you went to Europe with her, but I want to suggest this to you. Did you travel to Europe separately from Marion Barter because you had told her your name was Fernand Remakel, but your passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury, and you did not want her to see that?
No, sir.
When you went to Europe in 1997, Mr. Blum,
Yes.
did you marry Marion Barter in Luxembourg?
Surely you could find that out. No.
Well, on her returning passenger card on the 2nd of August 1997, she said, as we know, her name was Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel.
Yes.
She said she was married, and she said she lived in Luxembourg. There is no other evidence in the brief that shows any connection between Marion Barter and Luxembourg.
If I'm married, I know the legal papers of birth, marriage and so on in Luxembourg because my daughter was born there, and I have the documents from the Luxembourg government, which I then turned to the embassy in Brussels. And I can tell you that if I married Marion Barter in Luxembourg, just ring the, what we call the commune, and you'd find out. I never went to Luxembourg with Marion Barter, and I never married Marion Barter in Luxembourg. That's a lie.
Was Marion Barter going to be the means by which you fulfilled your infatuation for Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
You were going to be Fernand Remakel, and she was going to be your wife, the new Monique Cornelius, Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel. What do you say to that?
Sir.
You've been asked a number of questions about the tea chests that
Yes.
Marion Barter
Yes.
asked to store at your house
Yes.
in Wollongbar. Is it your understanding that... Sorry, and you've given evidence that you went to the school that Marion Barter worked at with her
Yes.
to collect educational material,
That's right.
and you have given evidence that, as you understood it, the tea chests contained educational material.
That's right.
Is it then your evidence that the tea chests contained the educational material that Marion Barter collected from the school when you went there with her?
I can guarantee that. No. I don't know.
Is that what you think?
Not really. I believe that she just told me that she was taking some didactic school material because she bought a school in England.
Well, did she tell you what she did with the educational material that she picked up from the Southport school when you visited it with her?
Never come in conversation, no.
You don't know what she did with that material?
No.
So if the tea chests did contain educational material, you say then that she picked up other further educational material at the Southport school when you visited?
I would say so, because there were, like I said, 3 boxes, and what she picked up at the school was lesser than you would fit in 3 boxes.
And when you went with her to the school to pick up the educational material,
Yes,
she had already resigned from her job, correct?
that's what she said.
Now, there's evidence that on the 13th of April, 1997, she wrote a resignation letter to the Southport school which said that she would be resigning on the 14th of July and would be travelling to England. Mr. Castleton's taken you to that before. On the 16th of June 1997, she wrote a second resignation letter where she brought forward her resignation to Friday the 20th of June and said she would be, quote, travelling overseas for an indefinite period and hopefully teaching in England and Europe. We know, don't we, that you left the country on the 17th of June, the next day, Mr. Bloom. So, do you accept then that in circumstances where Marion Barter was going to the school to pick up material and had already resigned, it is the only way that could be the case is if you went there on the 16th of June, the day before you went to Europe on the 17th of June?
No, sir. No. No, I went there on my 2nd or 3rd visit to her place.
Well, your evidence has been consistently that you went to the school on the 3rd visit.
Sorry?
Your evidence has been consistently that you went to the school with her on your 3rd
That's right,
visit
yes.
to her. How long before you left the country on the 17th of June do you say you went to the school with her?
Well, I can tell you that it certainly was weeks.
Now, is it your evidence that when Marion Barter came to your house at Wollongbar, it was then that she told you she was going overseas?
No. No.
As in, it was then that she told you the date that she was going overseas, on the 22nd of June?
No.
When do you say she told you when she would be going overseas?
I didn't know. I never knew the date she was going. I was told that she was going with someone that I identified before to the Orient Express, and I don't know the date of travelling of the Orient Express. I don't know.
Now, I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that you said when Marion came to Wollongbar, she had a man with her dressed in a
Yes.
Navy
Yes?
officer's uniform or a pilot's
Yes.
uniform. I want to suggest to you that Marion never came to your house and on that day, and there was no man with her in a Navy officer's or pilot's uniform, and that you have created that as a diversion for someone else that Marion Barter went overseas with in 1997, who was not yourself. What do you say to that?
No, sir.
And when police asked you in your record of interview when your relationship with Marion Barter ended, you said this, and this is at page 2244, in the context of what you said earlier about meeting her 3 times at Southport. Question 405, you never knew. Okay, now you said that in your statement you were unsure when your relationship with Marion ended. Answer, yeah, on that 3rd day, and I never saw her again after that.
That's right.
So on that occasion in your record of interview, you didn't refer to the delivery of the tea chests to your house at Wollongbar when police asked you when the last time you saw Marion Barter was, did you?
Can't remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Well, you said on that 3rd day, and I never saw her again after that.
That's right. But she came and picked up the boxes on the 4th occasion.
And you have a clear memory of that?
Yes.
If you have a clear memory of it, why did you not say that when you said, what was the...
Because I
when your relationship with Marion ended?
only went 3 times to a place, and on the last time, I told you that I told her that the charade was over and that I was going to tell my wife. So
now, you gave evidence earlier on Wednesday that when Marion came to pick up the
yes,
tea chests, the date that she was coming to pick them up had been pre-arranged when she asked you if she could drop them off.
yes,
Is that right?
yes,
So if you had said that she rang you and asked you to
Yes.
come and pick them up,
yes.
that would be incorrect, would it?
Maybe, no, maybe she. Could you please repeat?
Well, you said on Wednesday that when Marion asked you if she could store the tea chests
Yes.
at your house sometime before
Yes,
this, you said that the date that she would pick them up to send them to the cargo
yes,
place in the Gold Coast,
Yes.
that date was pre-arranged
that's right. Yes,
and that you
yes,
made sure you would be home on that day.
that's right.
Is that your sworn evidence of what happened?
That's what happened, yes.
You have a clear memory of that?
Yes,
Right. So, in your police statement, at paragraph 12, volume 8, page 2207, you said, I can't be sure when my relationship with Marion ended. The last time I saw her, I was living in Wollongbar. Marion called me on the telephone and asked me if she could store some boxes at my house. Is that right?
yeah, that's storing the boxes.
Yes.
Yes,
So is it your evidence that the date for collection was pre-arranged,
yes,
or that she rang you and said, can I come and get the boxes now?
or maybe she did. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe she rang to verify. Oh, I can't remember. Can't remember.
Well, you just said before you had a clear memory that the date was pre-arranged when she asked you if she could drop them off.
Well, I can't remember the date.
It's correct, isn't it, that when you first took Fernand Remekel's identity,
Yes,
did you take his licence in Luxembourg?
that I did take his license. I had a license made at the At the automobile club.
An international driver's licence?
Yes, it's made at the automobile club.
Yes.
And I think it's the same in Australia.
So to have that international driver's licence made, you didn't need any other identification to show that you were Fernand Remakel?
No. It's an automobile club. It's not a government thing.
And then having obtained that international driver's licence in the name Fernand Remakel in Luxembourg, you then use that to get a driver's licence in that name in Queensland.
That's right.
Is that right? And you just said that the process for getting an international licence at the automobile club, to your understanding, is similar in Australia?
Yes.
And do I take it then that you are familiar with the process for acquiring an international driver's licence?
I had a few in Australia when I went overseas, yes.
You had obtained international driver's licences in Australia
I had.
on a number of occasions?
Yes.
So you were familiar with the process required?
Yes. But
Now,
you know, in Australia, you have to go with your national license. Whereas in Luxembourg, they never ask for that.
Now, you've said previously that you think Marion stole or took your Fernand Remakel licence from you.
I can't verify that. That was a guess.
It's just a theory?
What do you mean, theory?
It's a theory of something that might have happened.
Yes, maybe, yeah.
But you have no basis whatsoever to say with any certainty that she stole or took it, do you?
Certainly not.
It's just
But-
speculation on your part?
No, because she used the name to change her identity. So that's, you know.
To a different name?
What do you mean?
Well, she didn't change her name to Fernand Nicholas Remakel, did
Oh, she's not a male, is she? Oh, Lord.
Now, did you tell Marion Barter, Mr. Blum, that she should get an international driver's licence as part of changing her identity to Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel so that you could go overseas together?
No, sir.
You know already that she did change her name to that name
Yes.
by deed poll
Yes.
on the 15th of May 1997.
Yes.
Take that from me. And she applied for a passport in her new name, Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel, 5 days later, on the 20th of May 1997.
Okay.
Take that from me. Now, that document is in evidence, and on it, just above where Marion Barter is signed, there's a table with information, and I can take you to it if needed.
Oh, no.
And in one of the boxes, which has next to it identity documents, brackets check signature, the letters INT and licence are written.
And?
Licence. INT,
Yes.
licence, which appears to be an abbreviation for international licence.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
You say...
I wouldn't know anything about her applying for documents, whatever there was.
You say to you it is a coincidence that you had previously, firstly, got an international driver's licence in the name Fernand Nicholas Remakel.
I got that in Luxembourg.
Secondly, applied for international driver's licences a number of times in Australia and were familiar with the process.
Yes. In Australia, you've got to go with identification.
And you say to you that in circumstances where Marion Barter applied for a passport for a name with the surname Remakel,
Yes.
and appears to have used an international driver's licence as part of that process, you say that is entirely a coincidence. Is that your evidence?
Unknown to me, yes.
You had no part in that?
No part in that, no, sir. No part. I don't ever know. I don't ever know where the Automobile Club of Queensland is. I would know.
You lived in Burwash in Sussex in England for about 3 years in the 1980s, is that correct?
Thereabouts, yes.
And on the last occasion, in February, you described Burwash as the town of Rudyard Kipling.
That's right.
I want to suggest to you that Marion Barter came to the UK and you met her in the United Kingdom once she arrived after leaving Australia on the 22nd of June 1997, and that you took her to Burwash, where you had lived for about 3 years.
That's a lie.
And I want to suggest to you that when you stayed at the Hotel Nico Narita, going out of Australia on the 17th of June 1997, you acquired a notepad from that hotel, which you took with you to England.
No, sir.
And that you loaned or gave that notepad to Marion Barter so that she could write a letter to her daughter using that notepad. What do you say to that?
No, sir. No. I don't remember anything like that. No. No. Why would I take a notepad of the hotel? Why?
Well, you had stayed there many times, hadn't you?
Yes. So you mean to say that any time I was there, I took a notepad? No, sir, I don't. I didn't. Go.
Now, when your wife was asked in evidence
Yes.
what towns are near Burwash, her answer was Tunbridge Wells.
Yes.
And you knew Tunbridge Wells yourself, didn't you?
Yes, and because I went there a few times, my daughter was in hospital there.
And why did she need to go to hospital there?
She had surgery she had surgery. She had on both sides. She had. You can verify that with the hospital in Tunbridge Wells. She had surgery for hernia on both sides.
And from visiting the hospital on a few occasions, you
Yes.
knew the area of Tunbridge Wells fairly well?
No, sir, because the hospital on the road from Burwash to Tunbridge Wells, the hospital is on that side.
Well,
So I didn't go to town, if I can put it that way.
well, Tunbridge Wells was about half an hour drive from Burwash, correct?
No. Yeah, maybe. I can't.
And you knew the area of Sussex fairly well, didn't you?
Well, it's only the one road. It's the road coming from Brighton to London. That's which passed there.
But having lived in Burwash for 3 years,
Yes.
you knew the area around it fairly well. Do you agree with that?
The area around pretty well, yes. But I went to the area around. I went with my brother-in-law when he came to visit us. We went to Rye. I've got a photo. We went to Brighton. I've got photos. I've been a few times to Hastings.
Well, just stick on Tunbridge Wells for now. You see, in the letter that Marion Barter wrote to her daughter after she went overseas in 1997.
Yes.
She said this: "Greetings from beautiful but very wet UK. I finally arrived in England after a most interesting visit to the east, clouded somewhat by far too much luggage. I felt like a pack horse and am determined never to carry so much again. At Heathrow Airport, I booked my big suitcase into the luggage hold before setting out to my train journey north to Tunbridge Wells and a quaint little hotel offering old-fashioned rooms and yummy breakfast." It appears from that letter that the first place Marion Barter went after landing in the UK was to Tunbridge Wells, a town you lived 30 minutes away from for 3 years.
Yes.
Did you go to Tunbridge Wells with Marion Barter in 1997?
I never went anywhere with Marion Barter in England. Nowhere. Jeez, how many times was it?
Anywhere in Luxembourg?
In Luxembourg? I left Luxembourg 40 years ago. Or thereabouts.
And have you been to the town Rye?
Where?
Rye.
Right,
R-Y-E?
yes, I said so before. I went there we went there because the wife is dead now, but the wife of one of the Beatles was the daughter of a well-known bakery and patisserie there, where people go for what do they call it in English? The high tea. It's frequented for high tea, and I went there with my brother-in-law and his wife, and their daughter, because they've had other kids since, but at that time they only had the one daughter. Yes, I went there with them.
And you just said previously that you'd been to Hastings?
Hastings, I've been there a few times, yes. Because the old sea, what do you call that? The old sea, I mean, right from the sea, the first row of business is all antiquarians and all book dealers and all that sort of things. And I went there a few times also with my brother-in-law because he is interested in various things. I don't know if he's still alive, but he came from America. He lives in America. He's never been. He came to Australia. We were living in Towns Road. No, my in-laws were living in Towns Road.
So just coming back to my question, which was, have you been to Hastings? Coming back to my question, which was, have you been to Hastings? From your answer, I take it you know Hastings fairly well.
No, I know the sea. What do you call that? The sea. The promenade along the sea. That's all I know, and the pier.
And Rye is about 40 minutes drive from Burwash, is that right?
Probably so. Yeah.
And Hastings is about 30 minutes drive from Burwash, is that right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And you agree you've been to both those places before?
Sorry?
You agree you've been to both those places before, correct?
I was.
You have been to both of those places
yes,
when you were living
Rye
in the
and
UK
Hastings.
in the 1980s?
Yes, Rye and Hastings, yes.
Yes.
I didn't say 1980s. When I went with my brother-in-law, I can't remember when it was. And when my parents-in-law came, yes, we were living in Burwash when they came, but I can't remember. Maybe you could find in the passport records when they came, but I can't remember.
Now, could the witness be shown volume 5 page 1699. I'm not sure which
Yes.
part it is, sorry. Have you got that?
Yes.
And is it a postcard with the word Rye written in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
And it's got pictures on it?
Yes.
Now, this is a postcard that Marion Barter sent to her relative
Yes.
while she was away on her trip in 1997. And it says, in part, "Dearest sister and family, hope you are well. It's so special being back in this beautiful country after 30 years. This little village of Rye is so quaint and historic, not far from Hastings and the Battle of 1066. Lots of interesting ruins and castles." Now, do you see on the lower image, which is the back of the postcard,
Yes.
next to the blue airmail stamp,
Yes.
there is what appears to be a postmark, a circular stamp in black ink.
Yes.
And you see there at the top of it, it says Hastings.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that suggests that Marion Barter sent this postcard from Hastings?
Yes, I suppose.
And if the witness could be shown volume 12.
But why in her writing she never talked of me if I was there? Why?
Because.
Why?
Thanks, Carl. Volume 12.
I mean, it seems a bit strange that she sent so many cards, which I've seen in
Thank
the
you.
volumes, that she sent so many cards and she never thought of me.
Just wait for the next question.
What?
3491.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you were living in England in the early 1980s, early to mid 1980s?
Yes, yes,
Till about 1986?
yes.
Now, this is a postcard
Yes, I've seen it.
that you sent to Monique Cornelius. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
That's your writing on the envelope?
yes,
And do you see at the top of the envelope, in the middle of the page,
yes,
there's a postmark
yes, Hastings, yes,
and it says Hastings? Do you see that?
yes,
20th of February 1985.
yes,
You say again, do you? It's a coincidence that you sent a postcard to Monique Cornelius, the woman with whom you were infatuated, on the 20th of February 1985, and that about 12 years later, a woman who had changed her name to the same surname as Monique Cornelius's ex-husband also sent a postcard from Hastings.
She didn't send a postcard from Hastings. She sent, oh no, sorry, I'm confused there. She sent a postcard that I saw before. Yes, and so what?
Were you with Marion Barter when she sent that postcard at the post office in
No,
Hastings?
sir. No. I said, and I repeat, I never been to England with Marion Barter.
So again, you say that's a coincidence, do you?
Well, what else can you call it?
And you've been to Amsterdam many times, correct?
Yes. Oh, well, I've been there. I stayed there months when I was young.
But you've been there many times travelling as an adult, correct?
Yes.
And you went there with Janet Oldenburg, correct?
Yes.
Now, there's another postcard in evidence that Marion Barter sent to her daughter Sally Barter while she was overseas in 1997,
Yes.
which she sent from a town called Alfriston in the UK.
From where, sorry?
Alfriston, Alfriston.
Yeah, yeah.
And she said in that postcard, thinking of you as I explore this quaint little shop on my tour to the historic village of Alfriston. I'm feeling more relaxed. So much beauty and antiquity everywhere. So I'm in my element. Next stop, Amsterdam. Did you go with Marion Barter to Amsterdam, Mr. Look?
No, sir, I didn't. And I know Alfriston. I know. I never been there, but I know because there is a huge windmill, which is the recording studio of one of the Beatles, George.
So the answer to my question is no.
No.
And you came back into the country on 31 July 1997,
Yes.
correct? And we know that she came back on the 2nd of August 1997.
Sorry?
She came back 3 days later on the 2nd of August 1997.
Okay. According to...
Did you come back into the country 2 or 3 days before her with a similar plan to that you had for Janet Oldenburg that I referred to earlier, i.e. to defraud her before she returned to the country?
No, sir. I never saw her again. The police told me that she was staying in a motel in Brisbane.
That's what she wrote on her incoming card, yes. She also wrote on the incoming card that she was married and that she lived in Luxembourg.
What can I say?
Coincidence.
Sorry?
Coincidence.
Well, obviously. What can I say? Have you verified that she's ever been to Luxembourg?
And at any time after you came back into the country on the 2nd of August 1997,
Yes.
did you direct or tell Marion Barter she should withdraw the remaining money in her bank account?
Never, sir. Never. I never had any access to Marion Barter. I didn't. In the files, they say that she sent the money to she sent the money to Barclays Bank in England.
Do you maintain that answer, notwithstanding that there is evidence that withdrawal happened on the 15th of October 1997, and as we've seen earlier today, you opened a safe custody facility with the Commonwealth Bank the day before, on the 14th of October 1997?
Yeah, I never saw her again. Never.
You didn't open that safe custody facility and deposit money that had come from Marion Barter's bank account into it?
From many ways.
You didn't open that safe custody facility and deposit money that had come from Marion Barter's bank account?
No, sir. No.
Now, I want to just go through a series of propositions with you. As I understand your evidence, you deny travelling with Marion Barter to the United Kingdom in 1997. Yes?
That's right, yeah.
And you deny having any knowledge of what happened to her after she returned on the 2nd of August 1997.
That's right.
Is that right? Now, I'm just going to go through these propositions, and if it remains after each of them your evidence that You didn't travel to the UK with her, and you don't know what happened to her after she came back from the UK.
That's right.
You say so. The first is the fact that you had a Queensland driver's licence in the name of Fernand Nicholas Remakel,
Yes.
valid to the end of 1997,
Yes.
and Marion Barter changed her name to Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel in 1997.
Yes.
You maintain you didn't go to the UK and you know nothing about what happened to her.
That's right.
The initials of the name Marion Barter changed her name to.
Yes, I was shown on the screen yesterday.
One letter different.
Yes.
You say that's a coincidence. Yes?
Yes.
You knew a man called Fernand Remakel who lived in Luxembourg.
I saw him once.
You knew a man called Fernand Remakel who lived in Luxembourg, and you wrote love letters, or, to use your expression, infatuation letters
Yes.
to his ex-wife.
Yes.
Coincidence?
Yes. Yes. I only saw Fernand once when he came to pick up a lunch, and that was it.
Number 4. At the time Marion Barter quit her job, sold her house and changed her name in 1997, you were having an affair with her, correct?
Yes. 3 times.
5. When Marion Barter changed her name in 1997,
Yes.
you had already changed your name numerous times, as we've been through,
Yes.
and you were very familiar with the process of how to do so, correct?
Or you just go to the BDMs. I went to the BDM in Sydney, I went to the BDM in Brisbane. That's all you do.
So it's correct, isn't it, that you had changed your name many times and
Yes.
were very familiar with the process?
Yes.
6, as we've just been through, you had obtained an international driver's licence in the name Fernand Remakel.
Yes.
And it appears Marion Barter used an international driver's licence to get her passport in the name Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel.
And what can I say to that?
A coincidence?
Yeah. I don't know.
Coincidence? You say that the last time you saw her, she came to your house in Wollongbar
Yes.
with a Navy officer or pilot
Yes.
whom she was going overseas with, and you never saw her again.
That's right.
Alright.
She was going to the Orient Express.
You left the country on the 17th of June 1997.
Yes.
She left the country on the 22nd of June 1997.
Yes.
And you came back into the country on the 31st of July 1997, 3 days before she came back into the country
Yes.
on the 2nd of August 1997.
Yes.
Coincidence?
What else can I say?
She wrote on her outgoing passenger card that she would be getting off the flight in England, which was then crossed out for South Korea, that she was departing permanently, and that she was going to Luxembourg, where you had previously lived for a number of years.
I don't know what she did, and I don't know what she wanted to do.
While she was overseas in 1997,
Yes.
she wrote to her family on notepaper from the Hotel Nico Narita, which you had stayed at many times before, including on the trip you took to Europe in 1997, 5 days before she went there.
I don't quite get what you mean.
She wrote a letter to her daughter,
Yes.
Sally Layden,
Yes.
on notepaper from the Hotel Nico
Yes.
Narita, which you had stayed at
Yes.
on your way to England
Yes.
5 days before she left for Australia.
Yes.
That's a coincidence, do you say?
Well, she obviously took she obviously took the paper block. I don't know. How will I know?
Well, she didn't fly through Japan on her way to the UK. She flew to South Korea.
All right. So I don't ever know that.
Now that you know that, you say coincidence?
Yes, coincidence.
While she was away, the first place she went to was Tunbridge Wells, a town 30 minutes from where you had previously lived for 3 years in Burwash,
Yes.
and which you have accepted you have been to before.
Yes.
Coincidence?
I said I went there because my daughter had surgery there. Yes.
She went to a number of other places, including Rye, Hastings and Alfriston, all very close to where you once lived for 3 years, and all of which you accept you have also visited.
Yes.
Coincidence?
What else can I say? Jesus Christ.
She sent a postcard from Hastings where you yourself had sent a postcard to Monique Cornelius,
Yes.
the ex-wife of Fernand Remakel,
Yes.
with whom you were infatuated.
Yes. So what?
Coincidence?
Well, obviously.
At the time you travelled overseas in 1997, you were using a false passport because the passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury and your legal name was Frederick David de Hedebari.
Well, as I said to Ahana before we start, you can verify with the Foreign Affairs, I suppose, that number on the boarding card is the number of that passport. I've never had.
That's not the issue, Mr. Blum. It's a completely different issue. It's not about whether the boarding pass and the passport are matching. It's a different issue about the name that you changed to and then the name on the passport.
Yes, but I had to go out with the passport and the boarding card. There's no other way to go out.
You can recall in vivid detail the trip you say you took in Europe in 1997 while you were overseas at the same time as Marion Barter,
Yes.
but you have been unable to tell Her Honour in any detail any of the people you met or any of the places you went on any of your other overseas trips in the 1990s.
In the 1990, I went, like I said, I went to stay with my family. I went to various coin show. I went to see different things. Yes, I traveled around a little bit, and I stayed with my family.
But you say you have a vivid memory of your trip in 1997.
Yes, because of my I don't know where they are, but I had notes of when I was in Camargue. I made notes for something I intended to write in as hippology, to the science of horses, and that's all I was interested in. That's the mind. As I told you before, I don't dream. I don't know why, but I don't dream. Okay? And probably because of what happened to me. I don't dream. But all my life, from a kid, the horses were my passion. And when I went to the gendarmerie, like everyone else, I had the choice of what to do, and I chose a mounted company.
And horses were still your passion in 1997?
Yes.
Even though you had a horse accident, which you say gave you post-traumatic stress disorder?
They're still my passion today. I watch them on TV.
Now, the next matter is that 3 women, being Janet Oldenburg, Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen and Monique Cornelius, have come forward who say words to the effect that you suggested to them they should start a new life together with you overseas, all of whom were divorced at the time.
That's a lie.
So,
I've said it before and I repeat it, that's a lie.
So those 3 people are lying and you're telling the truth?
Well, you can... Yeah. Yes, they're lying. They're lying. As far as what you've detailed before.
There are also 3 women, being Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen, Janet Oldenburg and Andre Flamet, who say you attempted to defraud them or steal from them. One of them, Janet Oldenburg, by re-entering the country a few days before her. Are they all lying?
No, Andre Flam could talk. She was in a wheelchair. She had Alzheimer's, and she something else. She was in a wheelchair, in a wheelchair night and day. Poor lady, she couldn't. Anyway.
So Janet Oldenburg and Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen then are lying about that matter, you say?
Yes.
You bought a Mitsubishi Magna on the 11th of August 1997.
Yes.
2 days before the last objective evidence of Marion Barter being alive,
Yes.
which was her visit to an optometrist in Grafton
Yes.
on the 13th of August 1997.
Yes.
Coincidence, you say?
I never went to an optometrist in Grafton. Never in my life.
And finally, you opened a safe custody deposit facility at the Commonwealth Bank on the 14th of October 1997, 1 day before there is evidence in this inquest that $80,000 was withdrawn from Marion Barter's bank account.
I never went to Marion Barter's any bank account, and I never had it. My God, I never had any money from Marion Barter. Never.
All 20 of those propositions, you say, coincidences?
Well,
Yes?
yes.
Now, do you remember yesterday that Mr. Castleton played part of your police interview to you on the screen?
Yes.
Just going to put a few things to you in light of all the matters we've discussed in your evidence. Firstly, you were asked by police, did you in any way harm Marion Barter? And your answer was, no, I never harmed anyone. Do you maintain that?
Yes.
You maintain that answer now on your sworn oath to Her Honour.
That's right. I never hurt anyone and never hurt an animal.
And you were asked by police if you know where Marion Barter is, and you answered no.
No.
You maintain that evidence on your sworn oath.
Yes.
You were asked by police, did you have any interaction with Marion Barter when she returned to Australia after the 2nd of August 1997? And you answered no.
No, no, sir.
You maintain that answer on your sworn oath.
Yes.
And you were asked by police in your record of interview, Mr. Blum, did you murder Marion Barter? Do you remember your answer to that question?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Do you remember your answer to that question?
No.
Your answer was, are you kidding?
Yes.
Do you maintain that answer now?
Yes.
On your sworn oath to Her Honour?
Yes.
Mr. Blum, do you know what happened to Marion Barter after she returned to Australia on the 2nd of August 1997?
Well, I know what I've read in the, and I don't remember, but I know what happened in the.
I'm not asking you what you've read in the brief. I'm asking you if you know yourself from your own direct personal experience what happened to Marion Barter after she came back into Australia on the 2nd of August 1997.
No clue.
You say on your sworn oath to Her Honour you have no idea.
No idea.
Mr. Blum, if you do know anything, this is your chance to say it.
Yes, I know, but I would have said it long time ago if I had anything to do.
You wouldn't have a clue. That's your
I
evidence.
wouldn't have a clue.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anything arising? Mr.
Nothing arising, Your Honour. That concludes the oral evidence in relation to this inquest.
All right. You are now excused. Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom. We'll just take a 10-minute adjournment, and you're free to go. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Florence stands for
statement on behalf of the family?
Yes, certainly. Ali? She doesn't need this one.
That's all right.
Oh, there's no chair in there. We just get a glass of water as well. Thanks. So it's a cup. Thanks, Sally. Whenever you're ready, take as much time as you like.
It feels weird sitting up here. I've sat up here before. Last year, I felt there was a change in the wind with regards to the missing and how they were treated. And I see that this is only a positive thing moving forward. Little Cleo Smith was found safe and well within 2 weeks of disappearing from a remote campsite in WA. In Victoria, we had Russell Hill and Carol Clay, who were located sadly deceased with the help of the community and great police work. An excellent display of everyone working together collectively to achieve the same goal, and this is how every missing persons case should be treated. Every missing person's case needs a hero, but we can't simply rely on that. I spent most of my childhood with my mum and my brother Owen. We were a family and created lots of wonderful memories together. They've both left me in what can only be described as horrific circumstances. I had no choice but to share my story with the world, as no one was hearing my screams for help. Not the police, not my mum's family. They all made assumptions based on loose facts that have still today not been verified as correct or true. We've heard evidence that confirms that New South Wales Police determined no further investigation was required within 24 hours of me reporting her missing, and that Queensland Police documented my mum as located within 8 days of opening their investigation. Both jurisdictions have confirmed they have never spoken nor cited my mother, even though both confirm that it is their policy and procedural direction to do so before marking someone located. This is a massive issue for me and my family, which has had huge consequence. By the time I was ready to be married in October 98, my mum had been missing for a little over a year. And I'd been told not once but twice by authorities that my mum didn't want us to know where she was or what she was doing, and that she never wanted to see me again. Although she'd booked the chapel at her school at TSS for Chris and I to be married, she did not attend. When I fell pregnant 2 years later, I had no one to talk to when things weren't going right. My go-to was the book, What to Expect When You're Expecting. Having no mother to ask those very personal questions or call when I was concerned or worried. I never got the chance to share with her the joy when Ella was born in 2001, Darcy in 2004, or Caleb in 2007. 8 months after Ella was born, Owen took his own life at the age of 27. When I was just 10, he was sent to live with my dad, as my stepfather did not get along with him. As a result, Mum's efforts to reach out to him were often ignored, and their relationship suffered through Owen's teenage years. In June 1997, Mum and Owen joined Chris and I as we celebrated our engagement at our home on the Gold Coast. Aside from a few visits when Mum was still in New South Wales, this was the first time Owen and Mum had spent some good quality time together. They both had a lovely time visiting my grandparents in Caloundra, and Owen told my dad whilst they were driving back to Sydney that for the first time in his adult life he felt like he had a mother. Fast forward 4 months, October 1997, Owen's birthday. Mum did not contact him as she typically would to wish him a happy birthday. And that was the pinnacle that caused alarm. Something was wrong. The letter written to my late grandfather by Betty Brown of the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service in Queensland in early 1998 had an enormous effect on our family. To be told that it was definitely your daughter Marion who came into the bank and withdrew the balance of her bank account and spoke of starting a new life damaged our family beyond repair. Breaking down relationships, my grandparents both died thinking their eldest daughter had decided to leave them permanently. Her son was left believing his mum had left him again and devastatingly taking his own life. He was engaged to be married to his longtime partner of 10 years, and his life was starting to look up. He made comments that he felt abandoned by Mum when he heard this information, and he was very angry and upset with her after hearing what Betty Brown had told my grandfather. My grandfather passed away the year after Owen, in 2003. The only person in the family who wasn't satisfied by these claims, but he was too sick to look anymore. 24 years later, my mum is still missing. I have to dredge myself, my husband, my children, their partners, through this ongoing trauma over and over. I now have to sit and listen to the investigating police at the time, who we trusted with our concerns, talk about how we cleaned them up quick, or that no further action due to other work priorities. For this reason, my mum's case was classified as an occurrence only. That is equal to someone breaking into your home and stealing your TV. Being told my mum didn't want to be found and never wanted to speak to me again by police multiple times had a massive impact, not only on me, but also on Owen. All based on assumptions, none of which have been verified or confirmed. My brother died knowing the only assumptions, not facts. And that is another tragedy that I must now live with for the rest of my life. I am a glass half full person. And I try and see the good in everybody and everything. However, this has been very testing at times. Next month, I will turn 49. I'm only 2 years off being the same age my mum was when she went missing, in June of 1997. My mum has been missing now for 9,077 days, 299 months, 1,297 weeks, or 217,848 hours, and she is still missing. By sharing my journey, I've been so blessed to meet some amazing humans who have heard my cries for help and stood up to the challenge. 7 women in particular, most of them are here today, have travelled from all over Australia, as far as the UK, to be here, and are now known as the Super Sleuths. These women and I now share a very special bond that I hope will last a lifetime. Each of them have played an enormous role in helping me get to this point where I sit before Your Honour, being given the opportunity to tell my story in hope of finding my mum. It's been my plight to get to an inquest so that a coroner could ensure full investigation into my mum's disappearance. And as hard as that has been, I sit here today, hand on heart, and I sincerely thank you for that opportunity. If I can add, which isn't in my notes, I'd also like to thank you all, because I can say that sitting in court for the first time in Ballina and seeing hundreds and thousands of notebooks and white folders, which is all trying to help find my mum, I am really grateful to that. So thank you. I know that's an enormous amount of work, so I really, really appreciate it. I'd also like to recognise the hard work of the Lady Vanishes podcast team, who for the past 3.5 years have now helped me share my story with the world. Without them, I fear I would have still had doors being firmly shut in my face and left not knowing what had happened to my beautiful mum, Marion. Over 10 million people worldwide have listened to my story. That's very daunting. And it is the thousands of people that message me every day that share a kind, caring word that has definitely given me an inner strength to keep fighting for answers. What is not clear is the long-term effect of how what I have been forced to do will affect myself and especially my children. I need to find her. Simple. I cannot sit here and simply get on with my life because some fantasy, she's alive and well, imagining her living in Venice, having a wonderful time. I have done all this so my children won't have to. Too often I hear of the ongoing effects of someone missing in your life, even if you've never met them. I do not want my children to be burdened with having to keep searching for my mum. And that is why I'm doing everything in my power to find her for us. My heart literally aches with anxiety every time I talk about it. I need that pain to stop before it stops me. I'm grateful for the endless encouragement and support of my husband Chris and my 3 amazing children. I do my best to keep it together, and I do most days. Although I wonder often how I'm not in the corner rocking back and forth. Thank you for putting up with me when I'm stressed and sad. I know my mum would be so proud of my children, or our children, and everything they have achieved now and what they will in the future. It's been a very tough journey for us all, and I feel very blessed to have them walk by my side. My mum was a kind, caring soul. I don't know why I'm shaking, sorry. With a wicked laugh. She was intelligent, she was cultured, and she had so many friends who loved and miss her still. She would always bring you flowers or a cake. She was a very generous human. I'm heartbroken that she's not here today to share my life with me. In October this year, my mum will be turning 77 years of age. Her Medicare card has not been used again since August 1997 in Grafton. She has not been to the doctor. She hasn't had a parking ticket. We know she changed her name to Remakel by Deepole and updated her passport to that name before she left on the trip of a lifetime. There is no record of her changing her name since that passport expired in 2007, 10 years after it returned to Australia. Her bank accounts and superannuation remain untouched. Police have run multiple life checks throughout Australia with 0 results. In today's world where it is almost impossible to not leave a digital footprint, my mum has simply vanished. Yes, my mum made some bad decisions, like we all have at some point. It seems some of her bad decisions were not wise, and is seemingly what has led us all here today. The truth is like water. It will always find a way. Thank you.
Sally, just while you're there, I want to say a few things to you as well. Thank you for your family statement. It's a testament to your commitment and your love for your mother, Marion. Throughout these weeks, you've spent listening to the evidence, these long weeks, many weeks, days in court. You've been here every day. You've weathered a great deal. You've even weathered a pandemic during...
Anything was going to stop me getting here, but here I am. So I'm happy about that.
I can only imagine how difficult it's been for you and your family. And it's lovely to see your family here today. I would like to thank you for your dignity and your grace during the many days and hours you've spent in the court, and I'm sure your mother would be very proud of you and your family.
Thank you.
The grief that you must be experiencing is a particular type of grief that is experienced by families of missing persons. It's a complex type of grief, an experience of loss when there are still so many questions.
Correct.
So it's a particular type of grief and it's really difficult. And I just want you to know that that's acknowledged, very much acknowledged. What is clear, though, is that your mother obviously loved you and Owen very much, and obviously you love her enormously and you miss her so much. I want to commend you on your unswerving commitment to finding out what happened to your mother, Marion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I step down now?
So if you'd like to join your family. Thanks, Sally.
Before Your Honour adjourns, can I raise 3 administrative matters? The first, can I tender a statement from Detective Senior Constable Lisa Pizzotto dated 28th of April 2022. It's a 2-page.
Yes, that'll be Exhibit 20.
I also hand to Your Honour a proposed short minute of order that seeks to make 2 orders in relation to protective orders.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll also provide to Your Honour at the same time some proposed directions.
Thank you.
In order to deal with the short minutes of order first in my submission.
Are there 2 orders or is it a copy?
I think it's a duplicate.
Duplicate. Yes, I make that order now.
No, please, Your Honour. And Your Honour will see a document that sets out some proposed timetabling for the exchange of written submissions. Those proposed directions have been circulated amongst the interested parties. Your Honour will see that it's proposed that those assisting Your Honour serve written submissions by Friday the 1st of July, that the interested parties serve written submissions by Friday the 26th of August, that those assisting Your Honour and any interested party serve any written submissions in reply by Friday 7 October 2022, and it's proposed then that Your Honour that the matter be listed for oral address on Thursday the 27th of October and Friday the 28th of October at the Coroners Court at Luggage in Sydney. And finally, Your Honour, I'm instructed that Your Honour will endeavour to provide Your Honour's findings in relation to this inquest on the 30th of November 2022 at the Coroners Court at Luggage in Sydney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Castleton. I make those directions for that timetable and I do endeavour to deliver the findings on the 30th of November 2022, 10 a.m. at Lidcombe.
I please the Court. Before Your Honour rises, can I just make one final statement? It's a statement that I've made previously on 2 occasions, and it is this: if any member of the public has any information relating to the disappearance of Marion Barter or information relating to Florabella Remakel, I strongly encourage them to come forward and to share that information with New South Wales Police. May it please the Court.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. And just before we do adjourn, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the ongoing work by the investigators from New South Wales Police. Detective Inspector Nigel Warren, Detective Senior Constable Sasha Panazza and Detective Senior Constable Lisa Pizzotto. These three officers have been present in court for the duration of the evidence and have always been available to assist counsel assisting in the court. When not in court, they've worked tirelessly and I'm sure will continue to do so on Marion's case. So much is apparent from the fact that there are now 12 volumes of evidence. When this first came to me, it was 2 centimetres high, and now it's 12 volumes, and that's the evidence of how much work has gone into this by these police officers and my assisting team. I'd also like to acknowledge my counsel assisting team, Adam Castleton, SC, Tracy Stevens and Clara Patocchi. They too have dedicated an enormous amount of time and commitment to the preparation and conduct of this inquest. I also thank the other legal representatives for your cooperation during these proceedings. I'll now adjourn to the 27th of October 2022, 10 a.m. at Lidcombe for submissions.
Please call.
Silence, please.